after 5:45. But before I call this meeting to order, I would like to ask those of us sitting up in front to make a New Year's resolution. Okay, will you raise your right hand and repeat after me? Yeah, everybody. I solemnly promise that from here on out, I will make sure I turn my microphone on.
I will make sure I turn my microphone on.
And speak clearly and distinctly into it.
And speak clearly and distinctly into it.
So that the people in the audience.
So that the people in the audience.
And those listening at home.
And those listening at home.
Can hear what we say.
Can hear what we say.
Thank you. All right. Now I will call the meeting to order. All right, we begin our meetings with a silent invocation for people to pray or meditate as they choose, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you will rise. If you'll join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay. We have 3 people who have signed up for general public comment, and what I will do is call your name. If you will come to the microphone and again give your name clearly and your address for the clerk's record. Is anyone online seeking recognition to speak? No? Okay. Well, if you could limit your comments to about 4 minutes, we would appreciate it. Ken Fitch.
Ken Fitch, 1046 Patton Street. The Rosa Edwards Field is an historic open playing field beloved by many residents who grew up playing on that field, players in a shared history that continued to flow in Tom Moore's memorable columns and writings, and in the spontaneous activity that often still occurs. This historic multi-use grassy field has served as the entry point for the National Historic District, gracefully delineating the point of transfer from downtown to historic neighborhood. A proposal to pave over a section of this historic field with this project's elements of limited 5-year durability and for limited user group seems inappropriate for this historic grassy field that has lasted so long and offers opportunities for future multi-use field activities, from soccer, yes, bring back the goals, and other field sports, as well as meditative activities such as yoga and Tai Chi, all of which would be an extension of its historic use in a place of dedicated community interaction. Certainly, elsewhere in the city and county, there are underutilized spaces that could accommodate this project, such as underutilized commercial and nonprofit organization parking lots in locations that would provide important, relevant context for the cautionary education and lessons that this project offers. Indeed, the cited models for the project suggest commercial sponsorship. And if Bob Engel were still here, this is the kind of project he would embrace and facilitate. And today, there are others who may step up. But for the Rosa Edwards Field, let us retain and nurture this historic grassy open field as a space for everyone, and perhaps even stage one of our city family and community events here and we know how to do that. And the interim fire chief knows how to do that. And Chief Myhand and Allison. For when we bring the community together in celebration, we enrich the quality of life for all our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fitch. Brett Warner?
Good evening. Following Ken, never easy, but I brought my notes this time. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council and city leadership. My name is Brett Werner, and I reside at 706 Goldfinch Drive in Green Meadows. I work for the state of South Carolina and serve on the city's Board of Adjustment. However, my comments this evening are my own and do not reflect the views of my employer or my fellow board members. In December, Ken took the time to appreciate and thank city staff, specifically Public Works, for their efforts. I would like to take that one step further with a real-life example of the character of our staff. Recently, over the holiday break, while deep in Pisgah Forest on a dirt road with no cell service, I managed to lock my keys in my car. I attempted to flag down the only car that I had seen in 20 minutes. They did not stop. Next was a couple on a motorcycle who tried to help but were unsuccessful due to the lack of service. Then, out of nowhere, appears Matt Manley. He immediately offered to aid me in my time of need and drove me to the ranger station where I can get cell service, all while his wife and 2 children were in the vehicle. Once I was able to remotely unlock my car, Matt insisted on returning me to my vehicle, which he certainly did not have to do. I want to thank Matt for his kindness and remind the council and my fellow citizens what an incredible staff we have representing this city. Keeping that in mind, to those here this evening regarding the cottages at Leo, should you be tempted to ask, why are we even here? Please remember that this is the democratic process in action. City staff has followed the process however long, and now the council votes. Without this venue, development would occur by right with no public say and no conditions. I appreciate the turnout this has brought and encourage everyone to stay engaged by joining committees and reviewing meeting minutes to stay informed and ahead of the curve. Lastly, I'd like to address the approval of safety city concept for Rosa Edwards Park. I support the concept, however, I have questions regarding how the proposed $350,000 will be spent. One of the 2 examples provided in the agenda utilize a donation format for their safety city. I am confident that our local businesses would be willing to not only pay for a spot, but also aid in the construction to ensure their specific style is displayed. This could serve as a potential community team-building activity, allowing for bicycle and pedestrian safety while potentially reducing the direct costs to the city. I ask that you please elaborate during your presentation regarding the allocation of the $350,000 and the possibility of private sector partnership. Thank you all for your time, and thank you for your service to the city. I wish you all a very happy and healthy New Year.
Thank you, Mr. Werner. Thank you for letting us know one of the good things that Matt has done. Mary Jo Padgett.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be on this side of the microphone. And I'm also here, would like to pat on the back the staff as well. As just previously mentioned, we have a marvelous staff, and thank you all, everyone, for your service. I'm here to speak on a subject that's already been addressed twice. Thank you. My name is Mary Jo Padgett. I live at 334 3rd Avenue West, downtown Hendersonville. I'd like to address an issue on tonight's agenda, specifically item B under new business, titled Request to Approve Safety City Concept for Rosa Edwards Park. I'm speaking at this point during public input because there is no public hearing scheduled on this item, which I believe there should be a public hearing on this item. Any discussion on proposed plans about the future of this or any public park should be made known to the residents and citizens who live adjacent to or who know about and care about said park. This agenda item was first disclosed on Monday, January 4, when the agenda was posted on the city's website for the first time. That was 3 days ago. Luckily, I was alerted on this item on that day. Let me clarify that for everyone that may not understand, that what is now called Rosa Edwards Park is the historic open field behind the historic building, which was the city's first public school and is now the administration building for Henderson County Schools. The field was the playground for Rosa Edwards School. The city acquired the property not that long ago, I believe, and the proposal to put this Safety City Village in that open field is not something I or many of my neighbors can support. There are 9 homes, one of which is mine, and 2 busy public buildings surrounding Rosa Edwards Park. None have been alerted to this discussion about building a village on that property. The suggestion that this open field should be used for private businesses to build structures and advertise themselves through donations is not a use I would like to see there. The concept of the Safety City project may be perfectly fine, but the place is not Rosa Edwards Park, which is in the West Side Historic District, and it certainly should not be there without public input or discussion. Otherwise, it is egregious to the neighbors and users of this pleasant, quiet, green, open space. Adjacent homes do not have yards large enough to throw a frisbee with the kids, to play touch football, kick a soccer ball, or have a family picnic. These are a few of the uses of the park at the moment, and I believe this is what the community around the park wants and needs. Even folks leaving the library enjoy the green, open view they see as they walk to their cars in the parking lot. People walk from down the street and like to walk through the grass of the park rather than the concrete sidewalk. Dog lovers toss balls here, and we've had summertime movies in the park as well. Tonight, I volunteer to help on a committee to find an appropriate location for the Safe City project if needed. That would not be Rosa Edwards Park. I speak on behalf of my neighbors. I was able to at least inform about this proposed project in the past few days. Most of my neighbors, however, have no idea that this concept could apparently be approved by City Council tonight without their knowledge or input. I request that City Council not approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Padgett. All right. Okay, Council, you have before you an agenda. Is there anything you would like to have added to or removed from this evening's agenda? Or a motion to approve?
Madam Mayor, I move that City Council approve the agenda as presented.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Not. Those in favor of approving the agenda as presented, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Ayes have it, and we have our agenda. Consent agenda, is there anything anyone would like to have moved from the consent agenda to the regular agenda so it can be discussed? Or if not, a motion to approve?
Madam Mayor, I move that City Council approve the consent agenda as presented.
Is there any discussion? Not. Those in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Ayes have it, motion carries, and those items have all been approved. Okay, we have some presentations. First of all, we have some recent Fire Academy graduates. Who is?
So Interim Chief Justin Ward will please come forward with his football team, and we will
stand right here. All right, good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I just want to take a moment to introduce you to these new firefighters that started last August. They went to the Blue Ridge Fire Academy and graduated in December. They completed over 400 hours of training, and they have come out of the academy with their Firefighter 2 certificate, their Emergency Vehicle Driver certificate, hazardous operations, and rescue intervention team, all through the OSFM, all gathered right here at the community college. So they are the new faces. 3 of these members are on shift now, helping up with our daily staffing, and one of them is MT class. So just wanted to take a moment to introduce these new faces to you and say thank you for allowing us to hire these folks and get a name with a face. So we got Octavius Askew, Josh Gomez, Christopher Miller, and Jerry Valors. So just wanted to put those names with faces and thank y'all again for allowing us to hire these folks.
Thank you. Welcome. We're happy to have you as part of our city team.
And Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
Justin, they don't have to stay if they don't want to.
All right. Fiscal year 2025 audit presentation.
Mayor Vogt, members of City Council, I'd like to invite Crystal Powell, our Finance Director, and she will introduce our audit firm. And I will let the audience know, as I said to Travis and Crystal in the council earlier, this is the largest crowd in 33 years that will hear an audit presentation. So you're in for a treat tonight. You love numbers. Here you go.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I would like to introduce Travis Keever. He is with Gould Killian CPA Group, and he's going to present the results from our FY25 audit.
Hey, good evening, everybody. My name's Travis Keever with Gould Killian CPA Group. I am honored that so many people turned out for an audit presentation. I usually empty out a room rather than fill it up, but this is our second year performing the audit for the city. We appreciate being allowed to serve as the city's auditors again. I want to start by thanking Crystal and all the finance staff. These audits have become a very long, arduous process. It's a little more so every year, and they're always super responsive. They give us all the information we ask for, and I think we've developed a really good working relationship over the 2 years, so we appreciate their cooperation. The county's ACFR, normally I wouldn't be here until everything is all buttoned up and complete. The city's ACFR is actually still in draft form at this time. Circumstances this year require some extra time to complete the FEMA and Hurricane Helene portion of the city's single audit. That's taken substantially more time, as you can imagine, than it would in years past. However, when the ACFR is released, it'll show that we'll be issuing an unmodified opinion on the city's financial statements. That opinion will be dated on December 31st, 2025. This means that we believe the city's financial statements are fairly stated in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. It's known as a clean opinion. That's what everybody wants when they have an audit. So that's on the financial statement piece. We're also required by government auditing standards to issue what's known as a yellow book report. And again, this is specific to governmental entities. This is where we have to review the city's internal controls over financial reporting and the city's compliance with laws and regulations. It's not a full internal control audit or a full compliance audit. Rather, we have to assess the city's internal controls and compliance on the amounts that are most impactful to the numbers in the financial statements. We do this in a number of ways. We test a sample of expenditures to make sure that all purchase order requirements and approvals are followed and that budgetary authority exists. We test a sample of payroll expenditures to make sure that employees are being paid for the hours that their supervisor approves at a rate that's approved by the city's process. We review numerous aspects of the city's year-end and month-end close process, the reconciliation process, to make sure that documentary evidence exists to support the amounts in the general ledger system. And we review the key terms of the Local Government Budget and Fiscal Control Act to make sure the city's in compliance with that. So the result of all that work, we did not note any reportable instances of non-compliance with laws and regulations. We did note one material weakness in internal control, and I will come back to that in just a minute. As I mentioned earlier, the single audit is still in process. The city has 6 programs that are subject to single audit this year. The biggest by far is FEMA, which of course is related to the Hurricane Helene response. We're also testing the state revolving fund, the Clean Water Grant, USDA financing continuing requirements, the state cash flow loan, which is also related to Hurricane Helene, and water projects that are funded by pass-through ARPA money. We are probably 60 to 70% done with that work. We expect to issue a clean opinion over the city's compliance with the key terms of those grants, and we don't expect any findings related to compliance or internal control on those. So it looks like the only finding that we're going to have is the one material weakness finding that I noted a second ago, and that is being considered a financial performance indicator of concern by the LGC. If you remember, they put in the LGC, Local Government Commission, put in a process a couple of years ago where they take the city's financial data, they compare it to a series of key performance indicators and benchmarks. Anywhere the city falls outside of that, we have to report on it. Having a material weakness in internal control is one of those KPIs that if you have one, we of course have to tell you about it. This is related to a prior year error that was discovered this year in the beginning balance of the city's construction and progress asset accounts. Without getting too much into the wonky accounting details, there was a deficiency in the reconciliation process for the year-end close around construction and process that primarily relates to the process the previous financial director used. He was relying too heavily on the software and not enough on the paper in front of him. But we got that corrected this year. The correction resulted in beginning net position increase in almost $400,000 for governmental activities and close to $900,000 for business type activities. And this error should not affect any future years at all. It's kind of a one and done. The corrections made forward. A couple of financial statistics. This is a pie chart showing general fund revenue. Of course, the city collects the majority of its money from ad valorem taxes. It's about 61%. Local option sales tax was about 23%. Other intergovernmental, which is other money collected from federal and state sources, was 11%. And then the purple column, other, is investment earnings, permits and fees, recreation fees, things like that. Came in at 5%. The year-over-year comparison of that revenue, things are pretty much in line with last year. Ad valorem taxes went up a little bit. I think there was about a 6% rate increase from FY24 to 25, and then also just some growth in the tax base. Local option sales tax was up moderately. We've started seeing those massive increases kind of dial back from the post-COVID years, so you're getting more kind of the moderate increases we were used to seeing before that. Everything else is kind of flat there. And of course, on the expenditure side, public safety, like most cities, towns in North Carolina, is the biggest chunk of it. That's a little over 50% for you guys. Of course, that's police and fire are the two big ticket items in that category. General government's about 17%. Of course, that's your finance, legal, IT, admin, departments like that. And then public works, which is streets and grounds, building maintenance, fleet, things of that nature. And again, expenditures were pretty flat year over year. The one increase in public safety, it looks like it was up about $1 million from about $13 million in 24 to $14 million in FY25. That looks like that's mostly salary related. I think we had some raises given out to maybe certain fire and law enforcement personnel, and then the retirement payments and insurance the city pays just continues to grow every year. Okay, fund balance available. This is a metric that the Local Government Commission likes to use. So we've got a bar graph here that shows total fund balance and available fund balance. You can see they kind of track the same every year. They dipped down a little bit in 24, came back up in 25. Available fund balance is basically the cash that the city has in the bank minus its accounts payable. Sort of a back of the napkin way to calculate available fund balance. That's what the Local Government Commission looks at as kind of the amount of money that the city has available to spend at any given time. And they like to compare that to your expenditures to see what percentage of your annual expenditures are covered by that available fund balance. The city's policy and the LGC's sort of informal recommendation is 25%. You guys were a little below that last year at 23%. Of course, that was an FPIC last year. If you remember back, it was one of those financial performance indicators of concern. We got that up a little bit this year, so it was at 26.7. Of course, you're not on the financial performance indicator of concern. You don't have to do that for a second year in a row. So that graph shows the green line is the city's policy at 25. course, the red line is the actuals for the city over the last 3 years, and the blue line up at the top is your budgetary grouping with other units in the state. It's about 46% for them. Summary of the water fund, working capital, which is just current assets over current liabilities. It dipped down a little bit. There was a lot of money sitting in the water and sewer fund last year that was kind of earmarked for capital. A lot of that cash got spent this year, so the cash is down, so that was expected. You've got almost 4 months of expenditures set aside in working capital, which is a good cushion. You've got unrestricted net position, which would be sort of like an enterprises fund version of your fund balance of $9.1 million. You had operating income this year of $2.2 million, which is good. The fund's making money. That's what it's supposed to do to fund future capital needs. And you had a change in net position, or net income, in other words, of about $7.7 million. Operating activities generated $4.5 million of cash flow, which is good because that's what funds capital, debt service, things of that nature. So you always want positive cash flow. And of course, you had a decrease in cash overall of about $4.2 million, due mostly to capital spend. And then just some property tax collections. This is the last slide that I have. Of course, you can see the growth in property tax. You had the Henderson County revaluation between FY23 and 24, and then a small tax increase from 24 to 25, and then just some growth in the tax base, and collection rate has stayed pretty consistent, and actually grown a little bit every year. So that's a really good collection rate. That's about all I have. Happy to answer questions if anybody has any.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have questions?
And Mayor, if I may, while
Please.
council's thinking about questions, I'll take the opportunity to educate our citizens a little bit. We are required by state law to do an audit annually. That audit is submitted to what Travis referenced, the North Carolina Local Government Commission, which is an agency of the state treasurer's office. So not only do we review it, they review it at the state level, and anytime we issue debt, the local government commission has to approve that debt over a certain amount, and they make sure that we're financially stable and able to issue that debt. So very conservative nature that goes back, in North Carolina, that goes back to the Great Depression, and we're thought of being one of the strongest local government states in the nation because of the local government commission. So just let you know that. Also let you know that the auditors work for the city council. They do not work for us as staff. So as always, I will let the council know that he is your auditor, not ours. Feel free to ask him any questions, either tonight or after. Also would like to ask Deputy City Manager Brian Pauley to come up, please, and a couple of comments regarding the fund balance piece. Just Travis referenced it, but also want to give you an update as it relates to that. Last year when we dropped below policy, according to your policy, we had to provide a plan, and so Brian has an update regarding that.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, I'll be quick. I did provide that plan from last year that the City Manager's Office provided to you. One thing to highlight is we did expect to take a couple years to get back above the available fund balance level. So getting there in 1 year is a good sign. That's attributable to staff being conscious about their budget spending, but also strong revenue growth from property tax and sales tax. We did note to be cautious about any significant jumps because of potential Helene grants coming in. After looking at the numbers, what I can say is it's not necessarily related to Helene. It is more related to just a better financial position from our operating ratio. So we are back in better footing than we were a year ago, and a lot faster than we expected to be.
Thank you, Brian.
Anyone have any questions?
I just wanted to highlight the almost 34% increase in insurance for for the health insurance for employees, health insurance coverage. I know this isn't directly related to the audit, but it's a massive change, and I was hoping that staff could kind of explain where that came from due to the state's account that they took away that was kind of helping to subsidize.
So as it relates to employee medical insurance, we determined in the middle of last year, and Brian, jump in here if I get anything wrong, but in the middle of last year, we determined that as part of, over the years, that the insurance, we're part of a pool of local governments that pool our money to buy medical insurance. We determined last February that the underwriting of that insurance, they had not increased our rates enough over time, and our rates were too low. And so they ended up closing that pool at the end of the fiscal year, a year or so, maybe a year and a half ago now, right? Probably. Anyway, the point being that this fiscal year we saw a 33% increase in our medical insurance. And so you would have seen that in the budget and see that in those numbers. So am I pretty close there, Brian?
Yeah, it's in our current budget, so it's not part of this audit. This audit's looking at the prior budget. It's the budget we're in right now, and it occurred in January of '25. So we're just almost to a year of when that pool closed.
Anything else? All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate your presentation and the work that you do with us.
Sure. Thank you all.
Okay, another graduate recognition. Mr. Pauly.
Where is he? I'd invite Adam Murr up. I don't know where he's hiding in the back there. Adam, if you don't mind holding the... So Adam Murr is our budget director for the city. Very proud of his work in helping Crystal and the audit team and everything he does to help us through the budget process. And we encouraged Adam for a few years now to go get his Leading for North Carolina Results Fellows program. It's a program by the UNC School of Government, and it's a 2-week program, very competitive program. He was one of 150 applicants, and they selected 24, and he was able to get in this year. And it really focuses on developing leadership skills and your own personal and organizational leadership to better serve your community. So I just want to take the time to appreciate Adam for taking the time to do that program. We have a few graduates of that program in the room, and it's a really elevating program, and they really focus in on and making you a better local government public servant and able to lead by example. And so I want to appreciate Adam for that and recognize him here tonight in front of City Council.
Okay, congratulations. Right. Thank you. All right, we have one public hearing this evening. This is a conditional zoning district rezoning, Leo at Hendersonville. Have the staff presentation.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. Before I get started with the presentation, Lou asked me to introduce our new planner, who just started on Monday. Hannah Slice came to us from South Carolina. She previously worked as a sustainability planner and urban designer at the City of Greenville, and then most recently was a lecturer at the Clemson's Landscape Architecture program. So we're not gonna throw her into the wolves and have her start with this project to present. We're gonna ease her into all of this, but we wanted to introduce her to you all.
Thank you. Welcome. Glad to have you.
Happy to be here. Thanks, Hannah. And so now I'll get to the presentation. The city is in receipt of a conditional rezoning application for a project called Leo at Hendersonville. The project is for 180 2, 3, and 4 family residential units on Haywood Road. The project address is 1741 Haywood Road. The applicant is Scott Weathers with Advenir Azura Development, and the property owner is Jeffrey Justice. The existing zoning for the property is R15 medium density residential, and the applicant has requested to rezone the property to planned residential development conditional zoning district. The property is 21.25 acres, and as mentioned before, the project is proposed to consist of 180 units of 2, 3, and 4 family residential dwelling units. The project is proposed to be rentals. However, I will note that per state law, the city is not able to regulate rentals versus owner-occupied dwellings. The future land use designation for the property is family neighborhood living. So just to show you some site photos, in the upper left-hand corner, that's looking at the frontage of the site on Haywood Road. In the upper right-hand corner, you're looking onto the property from Haywood Road. The lower left-hand corner is showing part of a blue line stream that runs along the east side of the property that the applicant is proposing to pipe. I'll point that out on the site plan. As you can see, there is, it's an intermittent stream, so there's no water in it currently, but there is some trash in it. And then on the lower right-hand corner, that is kind of in the middle of this front part of the property, looking into the property. So now we're kind of making our way deeper into the property. So on the upper left-hand corner, that's looking to the east at Britton Creek, and then upper right-hand corner, that's looking the opposite direction. These photos are taken from an existing bridge that crosses over Britton Creek, and that's the applicant is proposing to construct a new bridge over Britton Creek, roughly in this same location. In the lower left-hand corner, you can see the existing roadbed that runs along the eastern part of the property and is being proposed to roughly be used as the new road to the upper section of the project. And then lower right-hand corner, you're just looking kind of past the trees at an adjacent property. And then we're just continuing to get deeper into this property. So the upper left-hand corner, once again, looking at an adjacent property through that tree line. Upper right-hand corner, that's that roadbed, continuing on to the back of the property. Lower left-hand corner, you can see there's actually a historic home that dates from the early 20th century, located on the back portion of this property. And then the lower right-hand corner is the field that's up on that portion of the property. So to give you kind of a contextual map, this is the subject property highlighted in blue. You can see that I've overlaid the 100 and 500 year floodplain from our GIS map on this property, so you can see that kind of runs along Britton Creek through the center of the property. We held a neighborhood compatibility meeting on June 30th of 2025. At this meeting, there were 115 people in attendance, both in person and online. And then a continuation of that meeting was held on August 19th at Blue Ridge Community College. And there were 135 people in attendance at that meeting, all in person, as no online option was offered. And the topics discussed, there were a lot of topics discussed, as I'm sure you can, I'm sure you can guess. But some of the main things were questions over affordability, the compatibility with surrounding neighborhoods, questions and concerns over building setbacks, buffering of property, and the fencing that will be utilized in portions of the property, and questions about the project's stormwater retention. So I briefly just wanted to touch on something that's come up at some of the previous meetings, is this idea of what is possible by right on this property. So as I mentioned before, this is an R15 medium density residential zoned property. And so the uses that are allowed kind of that fall in line with this development are single family, 2-family residential, and ADUs are allowed. Those are the only residential that are allowed. We also allow minor planned residential developments of 50 units or less in R15. And then the minimum lot size is 15,000 square feet. So for a hypothetical, if this was subdivided, given the property size of a little over 21 acres, you theoretically could get 61 lots from this project. I will note, and I'll note this a few times on this slide, anything over 50 units is going to trigger a conditional zoning district, which is why, part of the reason why we're here today. And so, you know, if you subdivided that to 61 lots and wanted to construct 61 units, then you would have to go through a conditional zoning district. Another thing to take into account is that this does not take into consideration that subdivision requirements would be triggered when you subdivide this property. And so things like constructing public streets and providing adequate right-of-way on the property would kind of eat up some of those lots, those 61 lots. We have other requirements as well, like providing parkland dedication. And then there are some natural features here. So there are wetlands on the property, potentially some steep slope, floodplain that would also eat up some of those lots. So the theoretical exercise is theoretical, and we would need to see a plan and need to see what that would look like in order to determine how many lots you can actually get out of that. And so just thinking through the by right again, minor planned residential development, I mentioned that before, it's possible. However, you go over 50 units, that turns into a conditional rezoning for the property. So you can do 50 units by right, and then the density for those in our ordinance is 4 units per acre. However, we have a relatively new half density standard, so units that are under 1,200 square feet count as a half unit, so you could get 8 units per acre. However, if you go over those 50 units, even if they're considered half units, it would still trigger a conditional zoning district. And so, final point that I've said many times here, all of these developments mentioned above would be administrative approval. So staff would review them and approve. They may have to go to planning board for some approvals, but they would not come before you all for a rezoning. However, anything that goes over 50 units would require a conditional rezoning. So now digging into the project at hand, I mentioned this before, this is a planned residential development. There's no subdivision proposed here, so it's all one property. It's 180 units proposed. There are 122 units on what I'm calling the upper section, so that's the left-hand side of your screen. And there are 58 units on the lower section, which is the portion closest to Haywood Road. PRD does not allow more than 10 units per acre. This development is clocking in at face value at 8.47 units per acre. However, I mentioned the half unit calculation previously, so if you do that calculation, it clocks in at about 5.74 units per acre. Talking a little bit about traffic, one entrance is provided off of Haywood Road to the site. There was a TIA that was done, a traffic impact analysis was done for this project, and the only recommendation that came out of that was to provide a left turn lane onto the site. However, our traffic consultants who are here today, so if you have further questions about this, they are happy to answer those. But they also recommended a right turn lane into the site. And I'll go into that a little bit more in the conditions that were proposed, because that's where we have kind of incorporated those into this project. The center of the property, I just want to point out a few things there. So I mentioned there are delineated wetlands on this site, so those are highlighted in green here. There is a stream, there's floodplain that's kind of running through the center here. The applicant has proposed and made a condition for a greenway that would run through the site. They would construct the greenway and dedicate an easement to the city. So you can see that running along the creek. And that would be obviously in consultation with staff through the final site plan process for the exact location of that. And there are also several retention ponds throughout the site. So you can see one here on the western side of the site, one on the east here. There's a large one here. And then in the upper section, it's actually underneath the drive aisles and the parking lot. Several areas have been created throughout the property to provide open space. So on the front of the property on Haywood Road, they have a pool as one of their amenities for their renters. And then there's also kind of an open space that's provided next to that. There is another smaller open space here. And then there's one on the upper section of the property as well. And then the last thing I'll mention on this slide, The areas of disturbance, which I'll talk a little bit more about later on in the presentation, are marked in blue on this site plan. And so you can see there at parts, it goes basically to the property line. However, it does stay out of kind of the central part of this property, so obviously around the wetlands and around the floodplain area as well. Moving on, I'm just going to zoom in just a little bit to give you a few more details about each of these different sections. As I mentioned before, the upper portion of the property includes 122 units. There are several retaining walls. These were identified by staff before planning board and have been a point of discussion at planning board meetings with the developer. They have gone through some iterations, and so the current iteration of these retaining walls is that down here on the lower portion, so this is kind of one of the biggest retaining walls, it's holding up those units that are kind of going to be on top of the plateau up there. That retaining wall has decreased significantly since the first iterations of these plans, and so it's clocking in at about 6 feet in height at its highest point. There's another retaining wall that staff identified and was concerned with due to its close proximity to the property line. This one has decreased in height. It's now 4 feet in height, and it's off the property line, greater than 25 feet. I forget the exact measurement for that one. And then another significant wall, but staff was less concerned about this wall, is back on this part of the property. It's 26 feet in height. However, you're going to see that internally from the property. You're not seeing that if you're standing on the adjacent property. So staff was a little less concerned about the impact on the adjacent property for that one. And then the last thing I'll mention on this slide, there are 2 stub outs that are proposed. You see them highlighted in yellow up on the back portion of this property. The lower section closest to Haywood Road, things I'll mention here, the piped stream that I showed you that picture of earlier is going to be right here along this section. So they're showing the piping of that stream to construct those units. And then I mentioned this before, but they have this community building and pool and public space up in the front portion of this part of the property. And then I'll just briefly touch on the landscaping plan. Overall, consistent with our ordinance for landscaping, there have been comments made about the choices of trees and shrubs for this plan. Those are things that will be addressed at final site plan. And then the tree canopy preservation is another big part of this project. It was triggered. The applicant has managed to preserve 46% of the site, which is above our standard of minimum of 20 and then an additional 10%. So, and primarily you can see kind of where that's located in the central part of this, around those wetlands and the stream, and then some other portions in the upper part of this image. So now I'm just going to briefly touch on the developer proposed conditions and the one city staff proposed condition. So the first few are all pertaining to the site itself, and their staff had no real concerns with any of those. So I'm going to actually skip through some of those, and I'm going to go to the next slide. Yeah, and these are where they get a little, staff is okay with all of these conditions, but I'm going to read through each of these for y'all. So the number 9, this is pertaining to the road slope. This was a conversation between the developer and the fire marshal. And the fire marshal has allowed for a portion of the road leading up to the back portion of the property to increase its road slope. Normally it's a 10% slope. That's preferred. They're allowing it to go up to 12%, which has enabled that road and enabled some of the retaining walls to move. So the condition is a maximum road slope of 12% is permitted for access road to the back phase of the project, as noted on the preliminary site plan, and they have noted that physically. That was a request of the fire marshal. Number 10, the developer will either provide a secondary emergency access point or will provide fire sprinklers in every building. Also, a requirement by the fire marshal. So they have the option. They either provide a secondary access. They have those stub outs on the back property that potentially could create a secondary access. But if they can't do that, then they do have to sprinkle the units. Number 11, developer shall construct a greenway. We talked about this. They've agreed to construct that and then give an easement to the city. Number 12, the developer, so these are the conditions pertaining to the traffic impact analysis and our consultants' advice. Number 12, the developer shall construct a westbound left turn lane on Haywood Road at the site access with at least 50 feet of storage, and the final design shall be done in coordination with NCDOT. And number 13, same thing, just the eastbound right turn lane. Number 14, fencing or other appropriate safety measures shall be installed at the top of every retaining wall greater than 30 feet in height. And then number 15, stormwater features will be constructed to the 25-year storm level, which is above our standard, but the applicant has agreed to that and proposed a condition for that. And then the only city proposed condition is pertaining to the retaining walls. So it says the retaining wall on the eastern boundary measuring approximately 90 feet, and the retaining wall on the western boundary measuring approximately 45 feet shall be set back from the property line 25 feet. So staff determined 25 feet is an appropriate distance off the property line. And so this is the only city proposed condition. So getting into the future land use and the comprehensive plan, the project is currently classified as family neighborhood living. Adjacent future land uses are multi-generational living. The applicant has requested that the future land use be changed to multi-generational living. And in the staff analysis of the comprehensive plan consistency, we deemed it to be somewhat inconsistent with the future land use designation for family neighborhood living. And in the consistency statement for the entire comprehensive plan, we said that it was inconsistent. And so I'm going to dive into that and kind of explain how staff came to that conclusion. Ultimately, Planning Board did adopt that consistency statement to send to you all. So Planning Board, ultimately it's Planning Board's consistency statement now. So just going through this, land supply, suitability, and intensity. It is noted as being underdeveloped on the land supply map, so it's consistent with that. The subject property is most suitable on the residential suitability map, so it's consistent with that. However, we said that it was inconsistent with the development intensity map, given that it is deemed to be suitable for low intensity development on that map. And as I mentioned, we said that was inconsistent due to the level of development, proposed development, and the parcel location being on the periphery area of the city's jurisdiction. Getting into the future land use and conservation map, as I mentioned, it's family neighborhood living. We said that it was somewhat inconsistent, and primarily, the reason for this is that given the proposal's inclusion of duplexes, triplexes, and quadplexes, we found it to be inconsistent with the description that was given, as well as the minimum lot sizes, which are smaller than the stated 1/3 to 1/8 acre range, as well as the lack of conservation design, which is kind of the thing that you can do in exchange for smaller lot sizes in this character area. And then with the zoning crosswalk, we said it was consistent. So, might be missing a slide. So I'll just read you what I have here. Maybe, let me just make sure. Yes, I am missing a slide. So I'm just going to talk through the other elements of the comprehensive plan because I do think it's important to show our work on how we got to our consistency statement. So as we mentioned, or did not mention this, but it was found to be consistent with 25 of the goals and guiding principles in the comprehensive plan. I'm going to briefly detail staff's rationale for each of the goal and guiding principle areas that were found to be either somewhat consistent, somewhat inconsistent, or completely inconsistent. So in our vibrant neighborhood section of the comprehensive plan, there's a section that says the design allows people to connect to nearby destinations, amenities, and services. We said that this was somewhat consistent. And our rationale was while the development is proposing amenities such as greenway access and sidewalks along 191, the property is disconnected from surrounding neighborhoods. The section on healthy and accessible natural environment, there is one part of that says natural system capacity, floodplains for stormwater, habitats to support flora and fauna, tree canopy for air quality, stormwater management, and microclimate is maintained. We said that it was somewhat consistent, somewhat inconsistent, and the reason for that is the extensive grading proposed for the property will significantly impact the site. While the applicant is providing stream bank and wetland protection as required by city ordinance, the level of grading across the remainder of the site has potential to degrade the site's natural habitat. In the section on development is compact, so it should be infill or redevelopment to minimize the ecological footprint. We said that it was somewhat inconsistent. We said the mass grading on the upper portion of the site will have significant impact. The decrease in the number of units and the implementation of alternative grading such as terrace grading could have lesser impacts. For the section on authentic community character, there is a point about historic preservation. It says historic preservation is utilized to maintain the city's identity. Our rationale for this is, we said that it was inconsistent with this point, and our rationale was the property was identified in a 2000 historic architectural survey as eligible for the listing on the National Register of Historic Places. The survey documents several historic buildings on the property, including a historic house dating to circa 1906. The estate, buildings, entry drive, undeveloped setting, and view were all identified as important elements of the site's historic character. In the section on safe streets and trails, there's a point about interconnectivity. It says interconnectivity is promoted between existing neighborhoods through the building out of street networks, including retrofits and interconnectivity of new developments. We said it was somewhat inconsistent, and our rationale was the development does not connect the existing neighborhoods adjacent to the site, primarily because the property is landlocked on 3 sides with access only along the frontage on Highway 191. In the section on connectivity, there is a point about multimodal design. It says the development encourages multimodal design solutions to enhance mobility, and we said that it was somewhat inconsistent with this, I believe. I don't have it in front of me. Somewhat consistent. And our rationale for that was while the development incorporates elements that support pedestrian and vehicular movement, it does not adequately prioritize or integrate transit-oriented design solutions. The site lacks clear connections to existing or planned transit services, as well as features that would support convenient and accessible transit use. Without meaningful consideration of transit access and integration, the development falls short of encouraging a fully multimodal approach to mobility. So now we're ready for this slide. So the current land use for the property is R15 medium density residential. Surrounding properties to the east and south and west are all classified as R15. I will note that many of the properties along Haywood Road that are R15 zoning utilized a previous zoning known as Planned Unit Development, or a PUD, which allowed multifamily townhome projects and higher density projects to be constructed by right. And so I pointed out just a few projects. So the adjacent Britton Creek development has a density of 10 units per acre. Plantation Walk has a density of approximately 6.9 units per acre, and then the adjacent Blythe Commons has a 4-unit per acre density. And I will note that that one is a PRD CZD as well. So just briefly touching on some of our general rezoning standards, thinking about compatibility, the proposed development is located in a transition area from urban downtown Hendersonville to rural country. Stretching along Haywood Road are a number of subdivisions that were established at various periods throughout history. To the east and north are primarily single-family subdivisions, while the west there are primarily duplexes and townhomes. This development primarily features duplexes and townhomes, which is compatible with the development to the west. However, the density is less compatible with properties to the east. Additionally, the large amount of grading on the site has a severe impact on the adjacent properties and is incompatible with the types of development on some sides of the subject property. Thinking about changed conditions, the subject property was previously proposed for development as a multifamily apartment building project. The project was withdrawn, and this is the latest iteration of the project, not associated with that previous project at all. There have been some changes to the ordinance since that apartment building project was proposed, as well as the new comprehensive plan adopted by the city. For public interest, the proposed development does emulate surrounding developments along Haywood Road. The proposed transportation mitigation would decrease the negative impacts on Haywood Road. The large amount of grading on the site does negatively impact the environmental health of the site overall and has the potential to impact adjacent properties. For public facilities, the site will be served by public utilities. The developer is currently proposing the water and sewer lines on the property to be private. The sewer lines would likely need to be public, but this is something that can be resolved in final site plan if it were to make it to that point. For effect on the natural environment, the site overall presents a moderate to high impact on the natural environment. As previously mentioned, significant grading is required, which necessitates the construction of several retaining walls throughout the property. While the developer is generally complying with the city's stream buffer protections, there is one exception. A condition has been included to reduce the 20-foot transitional stream buffer to 0 feet along a small portion of the stream on the eastern side of the site plan. That may have been revised, maybe not. I believe it's still in there. The developer can speak to that. The applicant is seeking to mitigate some of the harmful impacts through the preservation of a larger amount of tree canopy than required by the ordinance. And these trees are primarily concentrated in the wetlands portion of the property running along Britton Creek. The planning board they recommended denial for this, finding the petition to be inconsistent with the comprehensive plan and finding it to be unreasonable and not in the public interest based on the information that was provided at the December 11th planning board meeting, and that motion carried 6-0. And with that, I have a draft comprehensive plan consistency statement, inconsistency statement, and then approval reasonableness statement, denial reasonableness statement. And I can answer any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Hayes?
Is now the time to ask questions about the traffic analysis?
Certainly, okay. Yes.
Is the traffic analysis that was done, is it as prescribed by North Carolina DOT standards, or are these?
Yeah, would you like our traffic consultants to come up?
That'd be great.
Okay, great.
You don't look like the other guy that used to be here. Where'd he go?
Oh, I've got more hair.
A lot more hair. So yeah, about the DOT standard.
I'm sorry, I was coming up here. I missed your question.
Okay.
Do you mind repeating?
So the traffic analysis, is that according to the DOT standards?
Yes, ma'am. It was done in accordance with DOT standards, and it has been reviewed by NCDOT as well as us on behalf of the city.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Would the developers like to make a presentation?
Good evening. Thank you all for being here, and thank you for your time today. For the record, I'm Justice Mullen, a law partner with Romeo Harrison Corner at 136 South King Street, Hendersonville, North Carolina, 28792. The city went over a couple of the points that I was planning to go over, so if I pause at any point, it's so that I'm trying to keep you from hearing things multiple times. Here with us today is Scott Weathers, Zach Swafford, and among others who are here representing Avenir. Avenir's worked very hard and has gone back and redesigned this project according to the feedback that they've been given by staff, the feedback we have gotten from the city, and the feedback that we got from the planning board. We've extensively read the Gen H plan that Hendersonville developed and adopted in August of 2024, and we have tried to be consistent with as many of the possible points we could. We believe that this development falls in line with the vision that city leadership and the people of Hendersonville work together to develop through the Gen H plan. This plan, today we want to show that our plan for this project meets the city and the Gen H plan guidelines, what has been asked of us, and show you how we have worked to achieve those asks and worked with the community to try and make a plan that encompasses in ways that other developers don't do, meeting all of the goals and guidelines set out for us, working with the community as much as possible, and trying to find something that fits Hendersonville. As you know, this property is currently zoned for R15. This is a zoning that allows for a medium density development. For the record, the reason that Avenir is adjusting this zoning is not primarily to increase the density development, but because we want to create a more compact development that allows for some duplexes and triplexes so that we can preserve more of the natural environment around the site, including the important wetlands area. We also want to create a more compact development that is closer to the center of the sites so that we can have a bigger distance between our neighbors in order to prevent the site from impacting them as much. We're requesting the zoning modification not in order to change the rules to differ from what the city has provided for in their zoning plan and the Gen H plan, but in order to create something that is better than is currently allowed under R15. Someone could buy this property tomorrow and build under the current R15 zoning ordinance, and although 50 units is all that will be required by right, you can build more than 50 units as long as you adhere to the zoning code. So any future developer who adheres to the zoning code will be able to build the same number of units that we are asking for today in our zoning. If you have more questions about how that will work, you may ask the developer in just a minute. Under R15, you can build a 1,200 square foot or larger tract home with a 1,200 square foot accessory dwelling unit. That's how you can add the additional units. It's calculated as a lower amount through that zoning, current zoning ordinance. Although I'm certain that each of you is fully familiar with all and every part of the city's ordinances and can recite them by heart, I do plan to go through a little bit of the R15 zoning with you today and compare what we are proposing to current R15 standards. And I just would like you to think about what is the most profitable option for a developer who is building a by right development. We're not comparing a vacant lot to this development. We are comparing the most profitable possible construction that R15 currently allows for against this proposed development. We're planning to build 86 buildings on this site. Under R15, 60 lots with 2 units each, 61, you can build 120 units, or 120 buildings. We are planning on building 5.72 units per acre. Under R15, as the city just told you, you can allow for 8 units per acre to be built. Avenir has proposed a stormwater overflow protection system that far exceeds the R15 requirements. Under R15, a bare minimum stormwater overflow system would be the most profitable option. As to how much that exceeds the base minimum,
Again, Avenir will tell you about that in their plan. They've recently redeveloped the site and have increased it, I believe, even a little further, how much water retention they're allowing for. We are putting a 25-foot minimum setback on our build. Under an R15 development, units can be built 5 feet from the lot lines tomorrow. We are preserving 62% of the open space on the property. Under R15, 40% of the space needs to be preserved. Again, one of the primary reasons we're asking for this rezone is so that we can build things closer together, which would allow us to preserve the wetlands and more natural space. We are going to keep over 40% of the trees on the property. Under R15, the tree coverage can be cut down to 20%. Avenir has increased their costs on this project in order to preserve as many trees as possible. And in fact, only 17% of the space on this lot will end up being building footprint, which, as you know, is low for a developer and for any development. For the record, the city has asked us to try and preserve wetland on the property, but we've done so even though it's substantially added to Avenir's costs. This is because we care not only about the environment, but about accessibility of nature to our residents and our neighbors through our nature trail that we're going to build and other aspects of our design. We are also trying to build attainable family units. Our current rent rates and our proposed rent rates for this project are lower than comparable sites in the nearby area, and our buildings are going to be brand new. We expect that this will put pressure on those locations nearby to lower their rent rates. The most profitable option is likely to put 35-foot tall homes with 5-foot setbacks along the edge of the property and make them as expensive as possible. Clear-cut trees down to the minimum allowable amount so that you can reduce the amount of grading you have to spend money on. And if another developer buys this parcel, one that plans to use R15, which based on the price that the parcel is set at by Mr. Justice, we expect someone to eventually do, we see that the most profitable, building something more profitable, it would be less and would be inconsistent with the Gen H plan in ways that we have worked hard to be consistent. Council, it's up to you to ensure the goals of Gen H comprehensive plan are met. This is a plan that's been developed by the leaders and people of Hendersonville. We are confident that Avenir's development fits the Gen H comprehensive plan by many metrics, and practically all the metrics. And we're going to go through all of those points with you and show you how we are in compliance with the Gen H plan and how we meet the goals set out by the city. If you feel that this proposed project does not meet the goals of the comprehensive plan, please explain to us for the record why you do not feel it meets the goals and objectives that were set out by the city of Hendersonville in 2024. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. For the record, my name is Mark Mariano. I am the CEO of Avenir Azure Development. My address is 13830 58th Street North, Clearwater, Florida. And to make the clerk's life easier, I do apologize. A lot to go over. Some misunderstandings between what's been presented with our neighbors, and I want to make sure that we clearly identify and clear up all those misunderstandings. So to start, I'd like to do a little bit of housekeeping. I'd like to put my professional record on the background. I have 25 years of professional land use planning and zoning experience. I started at HUD in the Office of Policy Development and Research, went to the County Planning Department as a transportation planner, went to a city planning department as a staff planner reviewing land use plans, zoning applications, comp plans. I've written comp plans, I've written form-based code plans, I've written Euclidean zoning plans. So I'm also a member of my Board of Adjustments. So I appreciate what you all do, the time you put into it. So, in addition, I've been accepted as an expert witness in the field of land use planning and zoning for countless planning boards, commissions, and even in a judicial court case. But more importantly, I'm keenly aware of what legally constitutes compatibility from a land use planning and zoning perspective. But most importantly, because of my long professional background, I'm highly experienced in precedent-setting matters related to land use planning and zoning applications. So for this application, I've extensively reviewed the Gen H comp plan, which is fabulous, by the way. I've written comp plans. I know the time that goes into writing these comp plans, so I want to commend you all on what you've done. The comp plan is very good. It's extremely well laid out. It gives you a path for generational prosperity for the city, and you should be really proud of it. I think that it's an extremely well-written comp plan. I've seen tremendous amounts of comp plans. Yours is excellent. In addition, I've reviewed extensively the city's land development code, walked the site several times, and as well as toured the neighborhoods, our adjacent properties, the community that surrounds our development, and various locations here in Hendersonville. So, what I'd like to also first go over, just so that you have an understanding of the lens that I see applications like this through, and my responsibility as CEO as Avenir Azura Development, because I personally review every project that gets brought in front of us. And I take that 25 years of land use planning and zoning experience to make sure that the application that we're going to push forward, and that the application that we intend to bring in front of a board or a council like yours, it aligns with sound land use planning and zoning principles. I make sure that it fulfills the objectives and intent of the city's comprehensive plan, that it's appropriate. It's appropriate for the location relative to the adjacent uses. It can be done with limited impact on the surrounding neighborhood and community, and it can be done with limited or mitigated ecological impacts. So our philosophy has always been to incorporate smart growth planning techniques driven by form-based code principles to create not a development, but a neighborhood where residents interact with each other, spend time in the backyards that we offer, use our pocket parks, and fully are integrated into the community. One thing I want you to know is we are not merchant developers. We do not develop a site, lease it, sell it, and we're out. We become part of your community. We develop a site, we hold it, we operate it, we make sure it's being properly operated, and that what we're doing is becoming a part of the community. This is one of the reasons why we had more neighborhood meetings than are required by your code. So, the projects that come in front of me, they're evaluated through a lens of a professional planner. They have to be sound, defensible planning with zoning rationale that I can stand up here and tell you folks that I've looked at this from a compatibility perspective, I've looked at your code, your comp plan, and there is a clear nexus between our proposal and the goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan. And that the development should not just meet, but in certain circumstances exceed the plan's objectives and the city's comprehensive plan, and as well as the city's land development code. So you'll hear from our development manager, Scott Weathers, about how we're doing that in some circumstances, but I want to kind of give you the lens that I see through, that I look at projects through. So we mentioned the neighborhood meetings that came about, and there was an interesting question that was actually raised at one of the meetings by one of our neighbors. They said, why here? I thought it was a good question. I mean, no one's ever said, well, why here? Why are you coming here? And so I really pondered that question of why here. And it didn't take long, and I looked at it from a macro perspective and a micro perspective, and it's easy. Hendersonville's strengths. This is an amazing community. You have an incredible, vibrant downtown. You have exceptional outdoor recreational assets. You have strong employment drivers that you continue to grow. And the city has stated a clear desire from staff and leadership to continue to attract high-quality employers to the area that understand the importance of having housing options available at varying price points, not just million-dollar homes. Employers know you can't just have homes for the C-suite. you have to have homes for all of the workers too. Then let's be honest. The market conditions that are available to us all today in the housing market, they already support luxury housing. They don't need zoning relief. It's easy to build million-plus-dollar homes and sell them. That's not the hard part of development. This proposed development addresses these needs in the exact location explicitly identified by the comp plan as putting our our proposed development. Let's talk about the comp plan, because that gets into a little bit of the macro issues that came to my mind when it was why here, why this lot, why this specific location. Because the city's comprehensive plan calls for it. Very simple. The city's comprehensive plan calls for this type of development at this location. Compact design, which we're doing. In one of our first meetings with staff, they literally said to us, what you're doing here is really good. You're compacting your development, your density, into pockets, which is going to allow you to preserve additional open space. We agreed. We said, yes, you're right. They saw that. Compact design to increase open space and ecological protections. More intense uses near downtown. Context-sensitive design rooted in scale, massing, and form-based principles, not Euclidean zoning, to ensure compatibility with surrounding uses. Development where infrastructure already exists, and a desire to attract attainable missing middle housing options, not just million-dollar homes. Environmentally sensitive, ecological conservation considerations, growth that avoids sprawl and uses land efficiently, and development that supports multimodal transportation, walking and biking to downtown. But why here is mostly because of really our ability to be completely compatible with the surrounding uses through the strict application of North Carolina's neighborhood harmony standards. And we'll be providing those proofs for the record. So, staff touched on it a little bit about the issues that came up during the neighborhood meetings and the planning board. So there's a lot of things that we learned from our meetings with the neighbors. And we have these meetings. We had 3 meetings. We're only required to have 1. There were 2 for the city because of a continuation, but we had 1 on our own. We have 1 on our own because we care about what our neighbors think. We truly care about what can make the
Continue.
Thank you. We truly care about what can make the project better from their perspective. And there have been a lot of common misunderstandings that have been raised, and we were not allowed to respond to them at the planning board meeting. They were raised by the residents. I asked the chairman of the planning board, and I responded. There were a lot of questions. He said no. I said, okay. So what I would like to do is address them up front, since you'll hear them from the residents. Staff touched on them. And there's just a handful of common misunderstandings that I want to make sure council understands have been addressed appropriately. Number 1, the developer did nothing to address resident or staff concerns. That assertion is factually incorrect. Since the outset of this process, we have made substantial material changes directly to respond to the concerns raised by staff and residents. 1, we relocated nearly all of our 2-story buildings to the west side of the project, adjacent to the existing multifamily. 2, we reduced wall heights and lengths and moving outward-facing walls more than 25 feet from the eastern property line. Now, let me explain where we started. The outward-facing wall closest to the eastern property boundary, which was the one that raised the most concerns from our neighbors. That wall went from a height of 16 feet to 4 feet. I'm not a tall guy, right? So that wall is shorter than me. The length went from 180 to 90 feet. And the setback went from 5 feet to 25 feet, and we've added a vegetative buffer. That sounds like a pretty big change in concession given. It's easier for us to build it how it was initially designed. We heard the residents. We said, okay, let's move this. Let's change the grading. Let's give that to them because it's appropriate. And I'll remind you, and we'll get into this, a by right development. There are no regulations in your land development code that restrict the height or the setback for walls. You can put a wall 3 feet, you have to fit the footer, 3 feet from a property line. Height, length, not regulated. So, we increase building setbacks to a minimum of 25 feet, and in some locations along our southeastern border, 100 feet. Our building setbacks are 100 feet in order to help appease the neighbors. We realigned internal roadways. This was a suggestion or request from staff. We realigned our internal roadways to reduce the impact that we originally had on the environmental and ecological corridor. We more than doubled our stormwater design criteria beyond city minimums. The city minimum is to design to the 10-year storm. We're designing to the 25-year storm. Your stormwater, the head of your stormwater group who reviews plans at the planning board literally said, no one does that. We've added vehicular and pedestrian stub outs at 2 locations for future connectivity. In addition, we've added pedestrian trail stub outs along the ecological corridor. And we've doubled the tree preservation requirement from 20 to over 40%. We've installed privacy fencing adjacent to the single-family neighbors. So I want to make sure, for the record, that we all understand what we've done to help mitigate the concerns that the residents to us have. Common misunderstanding number 2, affordability in yards. Our neighbors have raised concerns that this project is not actually affordable or will be prohibitively expensive. Can I get the slides up here? I just gotta try this. I'll just keep hitting buttons until something comes on. There we go. I'll spare you the details of the site plan. Staff did a fine job going through those. Okay. Affordability. Our neighbors have raised concerns about affordability. If we delivered these units today, our units would start at $1,400 a month. $1,400 a month. When you compare what would be put on this site, because this is not an issue of us or nothing. When you compare what would be put on this site, look at the screen. This is what will be built. $7,500 a month before maintenance. $237,000 down payment. $3,600 a month. $5,100 a month. $158,000 down payment. This is what's being built right now. These are all being built. These are all for sale, brand new, for sale, right up Haywood Road, up and down Haywood Road. These look, they're beautiful. Don't get me wrong. This looks great. But if the residents are concerned about, if our neighbors are concerned about affordability, they should really be concerned about what would be built here if we don't get approved. So, our missing middle housing that we'll deliver as part of this project serves teachers.
Can I just to clarify, what you're showing right now is strictly a hypothetical of what you think could happen on that property?
In my opinion, single-family homes would be built on that property if it were not built, if we do not build it. So we'll take this a little further. In order to substantiate the sale price of this property with only 50 units, you will be building single-family homes of this size so that the financial model makes sense.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that this is not something that is alternatively in the works right now.
No, absolutely not. Well, not for us. We don't do that. We don't do this type of housing. So our housing is missing middle housing. Our housing serves teachers, nurses, first responders, working families, retirees, so a range of age cohorts, along with varying pay scales, can live there. Listen, the housing crisis is material. It's systemic, it's widespread, and it has everything to do with a lack of quality, attainable housing that is affordable to residents that aren't making over $100,000. So it's important to note that this project directly aligns with guiding principle number 7 of the Gen H plan, desirable and affordable housing, particularly in walking, a biking location near the city's primary activity center. Backyard size. I don't know, for some reason our neighbors are fixated on our backyards. There's concerns about our backyard size not being, their concerns about the backyard size is just not relevant to this zoning request, but nevertheless, let me address it. Experience with the projects that we've delivered in several locations shows that our residents value those private backyard spaces, and that's a key marketing point for this type of product. Different does not mean wrong. It's not a big backyard like these residents, like these neighbors have. It's different. It's not wrong. Common misunderstanding number 3. We are not compatible with adjacent uses in the neighborhood. This is categorically false, as highlighted through the strict application of North Carolina's Neighborhood Harmony Standard. Compatibility is the core reason this application is before you tonight. From a mass, scale, height, intensity, and architectural perspective, our project is unquestionably compatible with the uses in the surrounding neighborhood. Mass, scale, height, intensity, and architectural style are the 5 metrics that form the basis of North Carolina's land use law, Neighborhood Harmony Standard. So let's talk about our proposal. Our proposed mass, our scale, our height, our buildings that we're proposing are smaller than the large single-family homes to the east. Smaller or similar in size to the other single-family homes to the east. Significantly smaller than the multifamily buildings to the west. Our proposed buildings are 1 and 2 stories, exactly what is adjacent to us. We've incorporated context-sensitive design to further ensure the complete compatibility with the neighborhood. We've put our 1-story homes adjacent to the 1 and 2-story homes to the east. We put our 2-story homes, so yeah, there are only 2-story single-family homes adjacent to the 2-story multifamily buildings to the west. That is the textbook definition of transitional development. Textbook. To further ensure compatibility with our neighbors, we've increased our buffers, added fencing, and along our southeastern border implemented a 100-foot setback. Architecture. So, any claims that the buildings are incompatible, the architecture of our buildings are incompatible is just patently false. Some of our neighbors, you'll hear, have suggested that they're unattractive, which I wholeheartedly disagree and quite frankly is rude, and is really just a subjective opinion and not relevant to planning criteria. But to suggest that our craftsman-style homes are inconsistent or incompatible with what's built throughout Hendersonville, is just wrong. That craftsman style, cottage architectural style, timeless. Again, it's prevalent throughout the city. You can go anywhere and look and find, these are all craftsman style homes. You just, you throw a penny and you're going to come across a craftsman style home. This is what's spread throughout the city. So to say that our craftsman style homes, which you see on the screen now, are incompatible with the architectural style of the surrounding neighborhood or the community is a long, long stretch. And that craftsman style home is really a defining element of the city's visual character. So density. Our proposed density is 8.5 dwelling units per acre, gross density, and you can actually ratchet it down to 5.7. But let's just use, as per staff explained, let's just use the 8.5 gross. That sits squarely within the range of surrounding development densities. So you have on the screen here the adjacent properties, and it's hard to see. I have the same information here, so I'll present it verbally. Britton Creek condominiums, 10.2 dwelling units per acre, with the FNL comp plan designation as attached units. Eubank Gardens, 13.2 dwelling units, right across Haywood, on the other side of Haywood Road. Blythe Commons, 4.08 dwelling units per acre. FNL comp plan designation with attached homes. Plantation Walk, 5.3 dwelling units per acre. Haywood Manor, 10.4 dwelling units per acre. This project is neither an outlier nor excessive when it comes to density. So now, staff has suggested in their staff report that a basis for denial is because we are incompatible with the surrounding neighborhoods, because we have single-family attached homes, duplexes, townhomes, etc. However, it's clear that the Gen H comp plan dictates what is consistent and compatible with specific locations, not by the delineation of a line, but through form-based code planning principles, by how the uses relate to each other and fit in with the adjacent neighborhoods from a mass, scale, height, density, and intensity perspective. Now, more importantly, Blythe Commons and Britton Creek are our neighbors. They have single-family attached units and they're designated FNL. That FNL designation for these properties didn't happen years ago. We're not talking about a grandfathered situation where it's 10 years old, it happened a long time ago. 2 years ago, staff in the city found it appropriate to designate those communities with attached dwelling units, townhomes, stacked condos, apartments, to designate them as FNL. So 2 years ago, planning staff determined that attached homes are absolutely appropriate in the FNL designation in this exact location. However, after setting this precedent 2 years ago, staff is now saying that our development is not compatible with the FNL designation because a portion of our units are single-family attached homes. The exact same style of unit as our neighbors to the west that also have the FNL designation. I'm sorry, it does not work that way. Staff set this precedent 2 years ago, and it's inappropriate and unlawful to treat us differently when we are in the exact same location with the exact unit type. That's not the way land use law works. By every professional planning metric, and the metrics used to determine the neighborhood harmony standard in numerous North Carolina land use court cases, this project is without a doubt completely compatible with its surrounding uses, and for staff or anyone else to suggest otherwise is illegal, baseless, and completely contradicts North Carolina land use law. Common misunderstanding number 4. The regrading of this site and developing with the topography is just not possible. The site's elevation and proposed grading is standard course for Hendersonville due to its elevation changes and its hilly and mountainous terrain. Development throughout the city routinely addresses slope through, grading, and site clearing, retaining walls without staff or neighbor input. Code has no setback or height regulations for walls. Any development scenario on this site will require grading and walls. And let me be clear, this is not about the proposed development you see in front of you tonight or nothing. This site is going to be developed. I guarantee that. But what's not guaranteed under a by right scenario or by another developer, but is guaranteed by us, are the minimum 25-foot setbacks, the 100-foot setback along the eastern boundary, the doubling of the tree preservation, the doubling of the open space. We're not doubling our open space and tree preservation because we can't encroach. We can encroach further down that slope. We can move our walls, but we're not. We're creating a compact development to tighten it up so that we can preserve more open space and more tree preservation. The open space, the trees that we're preserving, the open space we're preserving is not just in the wetlands. It's in developable land area. You're not guaranteed a doubling of stormwater capacity. And you're not guaranteed, and it's highly unlikely, that a developer will be willing to work with the neighbors to greatly increase wall setbacks, reduce its height and length. For the record, and clarification for the neighbors, because this came up as well. Stormwater pollution prevention measures are required by North Carolina law to be in place during construction, period. They're inspected by an independent contractor monthly and after heavy rains, and they're enforced through compliance penalties. If there's been an event where something happened and one of the neighbors came up and said, dirt spilled onto my site and the county didn't do anything, I'm sorry, the county failed that person. That's not what happens here. Common misunderstanding 5, traffic, connectivity, emergency access, school transportation will be degraded. And the 3 analyses conducted are inaccurate. So let's start with traffic. For the record, 3 independent traffic engineers who are experts in their respective field from NCDOT, from the city, and our traffic expert, all reached the same conclusion. There will be no negative impact on the road network. They apparently don't believe 3 independent experts, and that right turn and left turn lanes will be required to be built. These traffic, and this was another question, the traffic studies were conducted when school was in session as required by NCDOT, and regardless of what the neighbors believe, it has been clearly determined that our development will not exacerbate any traffic issue on the surrounding road network. Ensuring that traffic is appropriately and effectively addressed so not to negatively impact the surrounding road network is another definable metric that ensures compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood as included in the neighborhood harmony standard. Emergency access. The fire department has reviewed the design that we've put together and they've approved it. They accept it. They're fine with it. And they know that we will either, 1, provide 2 access points, or 2, sprinkle all buildings, which is perfectly fine. We'll continue working with the church to our south to have emergency access back there. And if not, we will sprinkle our buildings. There's not much to talk about here. Fire has signed off on our building, on our proposed development. School transportation. School transportation was a big topic. Buses are going to stop in Haywood Road. It's going to stop traffic. It's going to be horrible for traffic along Haywood Road. Well, they say that, and then they raise the point of, our kids walk to school down Orleans Road and there's no there's no sidewalk, which is, I agree, that's dangerous. But our students that live at our community, and they'll probably be, based on our other developments, for 180 units, we'll have about 10 to 12 school-age children. And that's from kindergarten up to high school. Our students are in walking distance eligibility for the elementary school and the middle school. And I didn't check, but they might be in walking distance eligibility for the high school. Regardless, that leaves 2 kids in high school, one of them will drive. The school will figure out a way to pick up these children in the most efficient, this one child, in the most efficient manner. They'll use the right turn lane. They'll stop at Orleans. They'll come into our site and do an internal loop and loop out. Our roads can accommodate fire trucks. They can accommodate a school. There's alternative pickup spots for any children that might be using the bus, although most of them will be walking. Connectivity. Connectivity. We have 2 roadway stub outs for future connections in the rear of our site. We have a trail along Britton Creek that goes to the east and west connections, terminus of our property. We have sidewalks throughout the site that connect to Haywood Road that allow people to walk or bike to downtown. And we have a clearly defined primary entrance. All the typical aspects that you would see in a development, but for your stub outs, for future connections. Staff asked us to put those stub outs in. We gladly provided that. We think we would love to be able to connect to the adjacent roadways. But development hasn't gotten there yet. But when it does, you'll be ready to connect with through roads. Let's talk about the connectivity though, external to the site. This project furthers the Gen H plan objective to support multimodal transportation, walking and biking to downtown. The Gen H plan's objective is to direct density near downtown to reduce trip length and urban sprawl, exactly what is achieved through this development. Providing missing middle housing on this site furthers the opportunity to promote walking and biking to downtown. Our communities tend to attract a broad range of residents by age, but who tend to be interested in outdoor activities, such as biking. And Scott, has walked from this site to downtown 3 times. It took an average of 20 minutes. And according to Google Maps, you can bike it in 10. And while many of our residents don't agree with this statement and don't think walking or biking is an option, many of the neighbors, I should say, I do actually appreciate Mr. Binford, our neighbor to the east, who was not in support of the project, but he came up and said something enlightening. He said, I love living in this neighborhood. This neighborhood is great. My family and I walk and bike to downtown all the time. And I thought, look, people do walk and bike to downtown because they will do it. It's just a different resident. Because it makes me think, I can't help but think that the fact that the overwhelming majority of our neighbors will only get into their cars to drive somewhere, even as close as downtown. The outskirts of downtown are a mile. Core downtown, 1.5 miles. So I can't help but think that they're contributing to the traffic concerns that they so strongly complain about. So let's go into a few residents have raised concerns that NCDOT is going to condemn property to somehow help our development. Like we're special snowflakes and NCDOT is going to come help us for some reason. I don't know. NCDOT does not condemn property for private development, period. The existing right-of-way is sufficient for the needed turn lanes. The right turn lane will be built on our property and dedicated as right-of-way. There's no condemnation of land by NCDOT to help us out. That doesn't happen. It's fantasy. Common misunderstanding number 6. The site contains some sort of historically significant use. The primary structure has, for the past 25 years, since the historical analysis was done, 25 years ago, this structure has experienced extreme demolition by neglect. I have been in this building. It's scary. Structurally unsound. Holes in the roof, all the windows broken out, the amount of water intrusion and water impact to this building is significant. The building cannot be saved. The trees identified as potentially historic, they're non-viable per the arborist's evaluation. They've been damaged by wind and they're not viable uses. Not all of them, but some of the trees that are identified as historic. There have been no efforts made by prior owners to preserve these resources. None. It hasn't. And these buildings have just gone through neglect and structural degradation. Common misunderstanding 7. Stormwater management will be negatively impacted by the overall development. This is important. It touches the hearts and lives of everyone. Trust me, I know. Currently, stormwater sheet flows uncontrolled to Britton Creek. What we are doing will provide a tremendous benefit for the overall stormwater management system. And actually, the existing historic neighborhoods, like our neighbors to the east, with zero stormwater management, are exactly what overwhelms the stormwater management system. Rain hits their manicured yards, sheet flows as quickly as possible to the road, and then makes a very fast track into the nearest river and pond. These neighborhoods have no velocity control for how quickly rain sheet flows over them, and no volume control for how much rain inundates the drainage basin. Under our proposal, all the rain that falls on our site will be captured and detained. Designed to the 25-year storm, exceeding the city's 10-year storm requirement, discharged slowly and safely into the drainage basin. This represents a significant improvement over existing conditions. Our neighbors have also suggested controlling stormwater will not be possible because of the grading. It's impossible. An oil engineer even came up and said he doesn't know how it will be done, and actually provided a calculation on how fast he believes water will flow down a wall. I love engineers. I truly do. They can figure out a calculation for everything. And I say that because they do. They do have a calculation for everything. The fact that our neighbors, none of whom are stormwater engineers, and even an oil engineer, don't understand how a civil engineer or stormwater engineer designs sites to control stormwater isn't surprising. But it's not a common profession. So it's not something that people normally think of. However, this isn't smoke and mirrors. Our local engineers design stormwater management systems on graded sites all the time. It's what they do, and they will be required by the city and the state to do it here, using industry-accepted and tested stormwater management design criteria. And not only will we meet the city standard of designing to the 10-year storm, we'll exceed it by 100% to design to the 25-year storm. Another way to ensure compatibility with our surrounding neighborhoods. Look, no stormwater management system will ever be able to prevent damage from a 1,000-year storm. I lived it, just like you folks did. But ours undoubtedly significantly improves current conditions. Next common misunderstanding. Small town character is degraded. So there's been a lot of concern that what's going to be built here will feel like the garden style 3 and 4 story or what have you, multifamily that's being built in other locations on the commercial corridors. And I can appreciate that. They're overpowering, they're large. It didn't fit on this site. I truly applaud you folks for not allowing the multi-3-story to go on this site, because that type of development, 200 feet long, 70 feet wide, 40 feet high, is just not appropriate for this. But that's not us. Our proposal consists of 1- and 2-story single-family homes, smaller in scale than the adjacent apartments, and smaller in scale than some of the large homes. And this fully aligns with the Gen H plan's vision for this area. So this is what you see up on some of the commercial corridors. This is our built product. That does not look very overpowering. Single-story homes, two-story homes from the street. That's what you see. One is in Greenville, and the other is in Huntsville. That's not overpowering, and I appreciate not wanting that overpowering look. We don't do that. So finally, let me clear the air about one item, because this came up twice and it was a bit offensive. There seems to be a bias by some of our neighbors against renters. They've said this. I've heard the neighbors say, and they said it during planning board and neighborhood meetings, they don't want people renting next door to them. Our tenants are extremely decent, caring people that make amazing neighbors. And again, we're not here to build it, flip it, and leave. We become a part of the community as well. We support the community. We reinvest into the community. We help the community with events. And in addition, we background check all of our residents to ensure the safety of not only our residents, but our neighbors and the community. So I'm going to close my point now with a couple of points, and then let Scott address some issues with the staff report. So in summary, the proposed development is undeniably compatible with the surrounding uses and lands solidly in the middle of North Carolina's neighborhood harmony standard. It clearly fulfills the overwhelming majority of the Gen H goals and objectives. It applies advanced smart growth planning and context-sensitive design techniques to ensure compatibility with the surrounding uses. It uses compact development. It's one of the primary objectives of the comp plan. Use compact development to reduce the impact on the ecological and the environmental benefits of a site, to minimize the impact of the neighbors, and infrastructure through enhanced setbacks, buffering, doubling of open space, doubling of tree preservation, doubling of stormwater management, is walkable and bikeable to downtown, provides market rate missing middle housing at attainable price points for residents of varying economic status and age. And relative to traffic, had 3 independent traffic experts agree that the traffic produced by this development will absolutely not have a negative impact on the safety or efficacy of the surrounding road network. Our neighbors don't want less density. They want nothing. They have said numerous times this should be turned into a park. That's not an option. Market conditions already support luxury housing without zoning relief. $1.5 million homes are easy to build, and that's what's likely put here in order to support the cost of the land if we're denied. And there will be no give and take like you have here on a PD. And the city leaders have spoken. They don't need or want more luxury homes. They want attainable, missing middle housing in close proximity to their activity centers. And this is exactly what we are offering, with extensive concessions to appease our neighbors. And for the record, it's completely inappropriate to state that our development is not compatible with the FNL comp plan designation. That precedent has been set by planning staff and the city. 2 of our immediately adjacent properties that have FNL comp plan designations also have single-family attached homes on them. The exact reason why staff is saying we are not compatible with the FNL land use. There are no legal bounds for staff to state that. We are not compatible with the FNL land use designation, and no legal bounds for you as a council to agree. Not when a portion of the units we are proposing are the same exact unit types as our neighbors within the FNL designation in the same exact location. So we come under this type of scrutiny often pushback because people fear change. I understand. People fear change. They think we're going to build 3, 4-story garden-style apartments next to their homes, big buildings. But again, that's not us. And in the communities where we've encountered the most pushback, after our development is built, those same residents have come to our contractor and said, you know what? This isn't that bad after all. When they see that we're building 1- and 2-story single-family homes. So I encourage you to listen to the technical experts, not an unsubstantiated, fear-based opposition. I sincerely appreciate you listening, and I sincerely appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mariano.
Thanks.
Good evening. Thank y'all. Let me jump over. Oop. There we go. Thank you, Justice and Mark. Thank you, staff, members of council, Mayor Volk. I know this is long, but I appreciate you listening to us. There's a lot of points that we want to make sure are clear, and we truly appreciate your time and allowing us to speak on as many aspects of this project and your comprehensive plan as we do. Want to start out by listing out the...
Could you just give us your name for the clerk's record,
Scott
please?
Weathers with Avenue Resort Development, 17501 Biscayne Boulevard, Aventura, Florida, 33160. On the board here, these are the 4 concerns that Planning Board articulated to us when they gave comments. And I'm going to go through how we addressed each one of those concerns. And I'll try not to repeat too many statements for time's sake. Retaining walls. For the record, the only mention of retaining walls within the comprehensive plan is that they are to be integrated into the site and its architecture. And the only mention of retaining walls in the UDO is in section 8.1.2, which strictly exempts retaining walls from other setback regulations. And for the record, we have asked for clarification from staff to define what metric they use to evaluate the acceptable level of retaining walls and received no such clarification. And we're left with a vague and arbitrary statement. However, we also want to minimize retaining walls as much as possible, so we reevaluated our grading and successfully reduced the height and length of the walls that face any adjacent property as previously mentioned. I also want to reiterate that due to the makeup of this site and most of the sites here in Hendersonville, because of the terrain, retaining walls will be necessary to develop any sort of community, and these retaining walls are a critical component in designing this site to minimize the footprint through a compact development, which greatly reduces our impact on the site's natural ecology, which is one of the primary goals of J&H Comp Plan. And another developer by right would likely not take that concern because you cut down, you reduce your tree save to 20%, you grade the rest of the site, you don't have to have the retaining walls. Or you still have them, but you lose all the trees. Next is traffic and egress. Our traffic engineer is here tonight to answer any of your questions, as well as Melissa, the city's own traffic engineer. But the TIA shows that traffic added by this development is expected to have minimal impact on the surrounding road network, while there are some existing operational concerns at the nearby traffic signals. They are all anticipated to maintain their levels of service upon completion of the development. Similarly, no improvements are warranted at the unsignalized intersections along Haywood Road. But I think it's more pertinent to review the documentation from NCDOT and Hendersonville's own traffic engineer. Per NCDOT, the only increased delays are as follows. Northbound on Haywood and Orleans is a 7.8 second delay. Haywood and North Justice, a 0.2 second increased delay. Haywood and Ridgewood Boulevard or Whitmore Circle, a 0.7 second delay. Haywood Road and Asheville Highway, a 1.5 second delay. Per Hendersonville's own traffic engineer, Haywood and Orleans, the site is proposed to have minimum impact and the intersection still performs acceptably. Haywood and Asheville, the site is proposed to have minimum impact and the intersection still performs acceptably. We recognize the concerns of the neighbors have over traffic, but for the record, as noted by the three independent experts, our development will have minimal to no impact on traffic compared to a no-build scenario. Egress. We completely agree that a secondary emergency access would be preferable to a single access point. And we were in the process of working with Trinity Presbyterian Church to provide us with a secondary access easement. However, when we mentioned this in our unofficial town hall, many residents began sending letters and calling the church demanding that they deny our request for secondary access. To quote Mr. Kisner, "I felt like Harry Potter when he got all the letters from Hogwarts." As we have said, we truly believe in being a good neighbor and living up to our love each other Leo moniker. And we believe the church was being unfairly pulled into this process, and when they were just trying to help create a safer community by providing an emergency access point. As such, we rescinded that request. The church stated they appreciated being removed from this process and would be happy to re-engage in discussions after the zoning decision was complete. However, I want to provide a clarification, as in staff's recommendation for denial, it states, the proposed development does not provide adequate site access for emergency services and lacks interconnectivity. Per section 4.04.C.3.C of the UDO, street stubs shall be credited as an access point when all ingress or egress to a development is only available from a single expressway, boulevard, or thoroughfare street. Additionally, any development, whether ours or a 50-lot community, would be exempted from the two-access point requirement as per section 4.03 C3CD2. Any development on this property would be exempted from this requirement. Additionally, as previously stated, the city's own fire marshal has confirmed that we will satisfy all requirements for safety by either providing secondary access or sprinkling the buildings. As such, for the record, we are meeting or exceeding the connection requirements whether in a subdivided or PRD configuration. As per the UDO, we are providing the access points. And any statement to the contrary contradicts what is laid out in the Hendersonville UDO and the city's own fire marshal. Not to mention, it would deem all development incompatible, as the same condition would exist under a by right R15 development. Again, while we truly understand the concerns our neighbors have for traffic, it is validated by 3 engineers, 2 of which are here tonight. Adherence to the future land use plan. For the record, our intent was to submit our rezoning under the family neighborhood living designation, as we comply with all aspects of the definition except for the attached units, which Mark pointed out are included in other FNL proper developments to our east. But per the recommendation of staff during a handful of meetings and Matt Manley's statement that this property should likely have been designated MGL to begin with, we added the request to modify the future land use and comprehensive plan to MGL. However, we disagree with staff's assessment that we are somewhat inconsistent with the FNL designation, as we believe we are at minimum somewhat consistent, if not fully consistent, to fall within the FNL designation. First bullet point, the area is characterized by moderate density residential development, a 1/3 acre to an 1/8 acre. This is calling for single-family residential community with a density range of 3 to 8 units per acre. Leo Hendersonville is providing a single-family residential community at 5.7 homes per acre. And for the record, it's a fact that our 1- and 2-story single-family homes will be built at a mass and scale similar to the existing single-family neighborhood to our east and west. Our proposed development advances one of the fundamental guiding principles of the Gen H plan, compact development, by offering a development with context-sensitive design, as stated by Mark previously. Improved open space in the form of pocket park and neighborhood parks are interspersed, and greenway trails within are located to connect such parks, as well as provide links to trails and walkways in neighboring development. As you can see on the site plan, we have our amenity area in the front, a pocket park or dog park in the middle. All right, the greenway trail that will run along the Britton Creek corridor and is surrounded by a 3.65 acre preserved ecological area, an additional pocket park that will house either the pickleball court or the dog park at the rear portion of development, all of which are interconnected through our sidewalks extending from the rear from the front to the rear of the community and includes our portion of the Greenway Trail along Brigham Creek. Conservation design, which includes more open space in exchange for smaller minimum lot sizes, may be preferred approach to residential development, especially if higher gross densities can be achieved. Our development exceeds 60% open space, which is 20% more than the minimum requirement. Our common open space is over 20%, double the minimum requirement. Our existing tree canopy save is 45%, over 2 times the minimum requirement. And that also does not take into account the addition of 13% of new canopy that we are providing, which per section 14.4C4B in the UDO is included in the tier 2 tree save calculations, which brings our total tree save to 58%. As you can see, we exceed every definable metric for conservation design included within the comprehensive plan and the UDO. This is the very definition of compact design. And it is our understanding the 3.65 acres in the middle acre preservation of the area at the center of the site as the ecologically sensitive area is of the utmost importance, thus the focus of having this be the largest area of open space. I want to hand, can I hand? So, as Mark has pointed out, we have gone through about 9 or 10 iterations of our site plan, reevaluating the grading and the retaining walls. Per staff's comment in the agenda packet provided for our first and second planning board meeting, the only reasonings that they found us inconsistent with FNL was our inclusion of attached units, which is only a small portion of the FNL designation and is contradicted by Blythe Commons, Britton Creek Condos, Haywood Towns, and the Oaks, all of which are designated as FNL and include duplex, triplex, quadplex units. Staff added for this agenda, the proposal also fails to incorporate a conservation design, typically expected as a trade-off for smaller lot sizes or for increased density because the development, quote, requires extensive grading that significantly alters the site's natural topography. Scale of grading and overall design are not compatible with the character of adjacent developments. This is an arbitrary and vague statement that does not comply with North Carolina state statute requiring zoning ordinance to not be vague and neglects our right to know with a degree of certainty what is required by law. With staff's statement that the scale of grading without providing a metric for an acceptable scale, they are essentially deeming all development at the rear of the parcel incompatible. With the city's base requirement that all roadways have a max slope of 10%, any development, no matter the size, it is literally impossible to provide a code-compliant access to that rear parcel without significant alterations to the existing topography, even with the 12% variance due to these site constraints. And as you can see there, those are 2 different options that we have looked at. Both of those are with the 10% code compliant. This one on the screen shows a 12% variance. Due to the site constraints, again, it is impossible to provide access without significant alterations to the rear parcel. And stating this reason as a denial will set a precedent that any parcel within the city's boundary with a higher than 10% grade is inconsistent, as it will require, quote, extensive grading. As for the record, I ask, what is acceptable and achievable level of grading that can be defined by either the UDO or the comprehensive plan? Staff also states in their recommendation for denial that family neighborhood is intended to support lower intensity development. For the record, I ask, where is that stated in the future land use plan? As noted above, family neighborhood living is designated for moderate density and prefers smaller lot sizes, and greater density can be achieved in exchange for more open space, which directly contradicts their statement. We are exceeding all open space and common open space and tree save requirements. We are exceeding every metric that they have. So I ask to please provide clarification as to how they came up to the conclusion that we are somewhat inconsistent with the FNL designation when we clearly meet or exceed all metrics of family neighborhood living with the exception of attached housing, which has been set as a precedent in our neighboring developments that is acceptable within FNL. I'll try to go through it because I understand y'all know these probably very well, but the issues and opportunities. Community character. We are providing craftsman-style architecture synonymous with many of the historic buildings and homes throughout the community, which will be walking distance to downtown, helping to maintain the focus of activity to downtown while preserving the farm and forest lands that surround the city. It provides a diverse array of housing serving population mixes with a diversity of cultures and lifestyles. Housing. The proposed development would contribute 180 homes at a highly attainable price points when compared to the typical single-family for-sale homes offered in this market to the city's growing city's housing supply to support the project growth. This strategic density will also bolster need some water. Will also bolster alternative housing opportunities, helping to stabilize the ever-increasing cost of living currently being experienced in Hendersonville area. Developing housing in close proximity to downtown shortens the drive time and provides the opportunity for motorist travel for residents working and frequenting downtown. As Mark said, I did come up here and I walked the path 3 different times, and it's average of 20 minutes to and from the site. Open space. Again, our proposed development is exceeding all metrics for open space. 20% common open space, double the requirement. 60% open space. That's 12.78 acres of the site, which is 20% more than, and includes a 3.65 acre nature preserve along and our portion of the Greenway Trail. Providing access to the outdoors, not only to our community, but the surrounding developments to our west and east. Sustainable and resilient future by providing housing to your housing alternative to your fee simple and traditional multifamily walking distance to downtown at an attainable price point. We will help to attract businesses as we are providing housing wanted by the young professionals and families. Aging population. Leo communities have an average mature adult demographic of 36%. With on-site maintenance, Class A amenity spaces, single-story units, and a sense of community, the proposed project appeals to the needs and values of an aging population while encouraging multi-generational living, believing that a diverse community provides the necessary support to encourage loving and community-based living. With its diverse unit types, its Class A amenities, Leo attracts a highly diverse resident profile that is attractive to both a more mature demographic as well as young professionals with or without children that have matured past apartment living and want to have a single-family style home. Land use and development. By providing strategic density through compact conservation design, walking distance to downtown Hendersonville, where it will be helping to catalyze commercial development in downtown Hendersonville by providing the necessary housing to support these businesses and employers. Oh, run too quick. Next, goals and objectives. I'll try to go quickly. Vibrant neighborhoods. Presently, the site is a vacant lot consisting of several dilapidated, destroyed, or deteriorating structures, trespassers which can be confirmed by graffiti that covers the remaining structures or reported as a consistent issue by all neighbors around the property. Leo community will bring the missing middle housing opportunity that not only complement the existing neighborhood fabric, but also incorporate CPTED principles of access control, territorial reinforcement, maintenance, natural surveillance, and activity support that will innately create a safer area. We also have full-time staff and maintenance that is available 24/7. And Leo at Hendersonville does not have an age restriction and promotes that diverse demographic of people averaging 26% young adults, 18% families, and 36% mature adults. It is proven that taking a multi-generational approach to secure a resident base creates a community that people want to live in longer term as it establishes friendships and relationships within the community. Abundant housing choices. As stated, Leo Living was providing the missing middle housing offerings. The single-family rental style development is a hybrid between fee simple and multifamily development not currently offered in Hendersonville area. Authentic community character. I've skipped connectivity, apologies. sorry. Connectivity. We are providing connection, 3 vehicular connection points and 5 pedestrian connection points throughout the community. Oops, did I skip too far? Sorry, I got lost in my notes. Healthy and accessible nature environment. As previously stated, we're conserving 60% open space, 20% common open space, and are going to have a 58% tree canopy at completion of the project. Authentic community character, again, Leo incorporates an apartment life program providing monthly opportunities for neighbors within the community to connect with broader Hendersonville through presentation and activities. The Leo standard incorporates craftsman style architecture design that does not fade with trends, will stand the test of time, and seamlessly blends with the architectural style of existing houses. Reliable and accessible utility services. The development allows for the utilization of the existing infrastructure that is currently available through the center of the property of Haywood Road and off Haywood Road, and Leo partners with specialized telecom consultants to ensure 1G internet speeds are available to our residents. And then satisfying work opportunities, strategically placed high-quality housing in close proximity to employment centers is paramount to attracting new employers to a region. Welcoming inclusive community. Again, we're not age-restricted. We accept people of all economic and cultural backgrounds. And then resilient community. The Leo community is designing for a stormwater retention capacity that is double the minimum standard, helping to minimize the impacts of an already strained stormwater system in the event of a significant storm, which the city-owned, as Mark said, the city-owned engineer said that no developers do that. And by utilizing the compact design and preserving the natural tree canopy, and the 3.65 acres, we are preserving the ecological sensitive area and the natural stormwater protection that staff has touched on. Guiding principles. Again, our development is providing compact development with the opportunity for the 15-minute neighborhood through context-sensitive design. We're providing a sense of place through high-quality craftsman-style architecture consistent with the area's new and existing housing stock, as well as an abundance of landscaping and conservation and enhancement of the site's natural resources, with the inclusion of the proposed Greenway Trail. Conserved and integrated open space by exceeding the tree preservation, open space, and stormwater management requirements. Desirable and affordable housing through the delivery of missing middle housing option that offer high-quality, diverse, and attainable housing option. This principle is a critical economic development tool needed to attract high-quality employers. Connectivity through the delivery of a compact community developed in context-sensitive design that allows alternatives, bikes, scooters, or walking to cars to access the employment, shopping, and dining opportunities in downtown, as well as the connection of the Greenway Trail. This is all but 2 of the guiding principles of the Gen H plan. 1 we don't fulfill because it relates to the public infrastructure, which doesn't apply, and the other is related to mixed-use development. And while we don't specifically meet this criteria on our site, being that we are less than a mile from the start of downtown, our development absolutely fulfills the Gen H plan's desire to promote a variety of residential uses that support the downtown's vibrant heart of the community 24/7 population. Staff has also stated in the report that we are somewhat inconsistent with development intensity. For the record, the property's current zoning of R15 allows for 8.72 units per acre, as each 15,000 square foot lot permits a duplex and accessory dwelling, or 3 units per lot, for a total of 120 buildings, versus our gross density that is less than 8.5 units per acre and across only 90 buildings. The property is designated for FNL, which per the very definition allows for 8 dwelling units per acre and promotes increased density for the preservation of natural environment, as we are doing. The designation of the land to our east, which includes the single-family homes along Maplewood Court and north, are classified as MGL, which is the highest intensity called for by the Gen H plan, but reside in the same intensity area as our property. From a mass and scale standpoint, which is what intensity is derived from, we are similar in height and sizing, if not smaller, than a majority of the surrounding developments and at a smaller scale than the multifamily to our west. As such, we provide the exact type of transitional development desired by context-sensitive design and form-based code principles. The Britton Creek apartments to our west are over 10 units per acre. Haywood Manor is over 10.5 units per acre, and Blythe Commons includes duplexes, triplexes at a massive scale similar or larger than we are providing. While the Gen H plan does not explicitly, Gen H plan does state that the most suitable development for this property is residential development. It also noted that this site is suitable for commercial development and moderately suitable for industrial, both of which are much more intense styles development. As such, we find the low-intensity designation of the property within the report conflicts with the existing and desired development along the area along 191. And evaluating the trend versus alternative development intensity designation, as you see here, it appears that FNL and MGL designations for this area are more aptly follow the trending intensity, which calls for moderate intensity development, which we are providing. Staff has also made the following comments as to our development within Chapter 4, Vision for the Future Evaluation. And although we have requested clarification on several points, each of the points, I will note we have not received a full response on several of these points, and we would request and recommend that you ask staff to provide their reasoning for the judgment for each of the items below for the record, as we will show we are consistent with each areas evaluated. As Mark touched on, the historic preservation is utilized to maintain the cities. Staff comments that we are not, because of a 25-year-old study that was completed, it ignores what has happened on this property over that time and the viability of any future of the site and the actual classification of the existing buildings. While old, the main home is not classified as historic. It is on the verge of collapse due to years of neglect and structural degradation, while the other buildings have already succumbed to demolition by neglect. Furthermore, 30% of the existing tree canopy is dead or dying and is recommended to be removed as documented by the certified arborist report. Additionally, as we are utilizing craftsman-style architecture commiserate of the historic design seen in many of the older structures throughout the community, so are we not embracing the historic character? Natural systems, capacity, floodplains for stormwater habitats to support flora, fauna, tree canopy for air quality, stormwater management, and microclimate is maintained. Somewhat inconsistent. Again, I recommend staff provide further clarification for the record of how we are somewhat inconsistent when we are preserving 45% of the existing tree canopy and adding an additional 13% new canopy for a total of over 58% tree canopy on the site, have over 60% open space, and are avoiding the natural wetlands in the middle of the property within the 3.65 acre nature preserve. We don't see how we could be any more consistent. Staff are referring to the grading that will occur at the rear of the property. They need to provide clarification as to what level of grading would be possible, would be permissible. As previously stated, it is impossible to provide a code minimum slope for roadway access to the rear of the property without significant grading. And any development will require similar, if not more intense grading than what we are proposing. This also does not take into account that we are agreeing to double the minimum requirement for stormwater retention capacity while minimizing the impacts to the tree canopy by utilizing underground detention systems. The design allows people to connect to nearby destinations, amenities, and services, somewhat consistent. For the record, we have 3 vehicular access points, 1 at the front, 2 at the rear, and 5 pedestrian access points, 1 at the front, 2 in the middle, 2 at the rear. As there are no other connection points available around the property, around the entirety of the property, I would recommend you ask staff to provide clarification as to how we could be more connected to the surrounding communities and how they found us to be somewhat consistent when as the other developments they are not connected. We are providing the connections. Internet interconnectivity is promoted between existing neighborhoods through the building out of street networks, including retrofits and interconnectivity of new developments, somewhat inconsistent. Again, how do we not provide those connection points when we have 3 vehicular connection points and 5 pedestrian connection points? You can't punish us because the property is landlocked and the developments around the property did not provide plan for future development. But we wanted to provide that opportunity for future developments in Hendersonville as desired by the Gen H comprehensive plan, and have provided those 3 vehicular access points and 5 pedestrian access points. Development is compact infill development to minimize the ecological footprint, somewhat inconsistent. Again, they speak to the grading, as previously shown. We have reduced the max retaining wall height adjacent to the neighboring properties to about 6 feet, which is shorter than the average standard residential privacy fence. While I appreciate that staff has updated the report from inconsistent to somewhat inconsistent, I would still request clarification as to how we could be more consistent. Their statement of incorporating quote-unquote terrace grading is an arbitrary and vague and does not provide any metric in which a development could strive to achieve. It does not take into account the slope requirements for access to the rear of the site, which make it impossible to implement without the significant grading. I must reiterate, you cannot compare an undeveloped site to a developed site, but rather evaluate the impacts of a by right R15 development that would permit someone to only maintain 20% tree canopy, 40% open space, and would require much more intense grading well beyond the bounds of the area we are showing. Our development is exactly what is contemplated by not only the intent, issues and opportunities, and goals and objectives and guiding principles of the Gen H plan, but advances one of the 7 key implementation strategies of the Gen H Comp Plan's action plan, which is living, energize multi-pronged approach to affordable and accessible housing, implement key recommendations from the forthcoming Affordable Housing Strategic Plan to create a multi-pronged approach to providing more housing options. LEO does this, not by trampling on or pushing aside the other strategies of open space, enhancement and protections, employment and retention and attraction, and activities to transform the corridors and strengthen placement. Our development fulfills the goal by providing missing middle housing that appeals to a wide variety of current and future residents regardless of age and economic status, and goes above and beyond the city's natural resource and ecological protection requirements, all while being in direct proximity to the city's most critical economic and social growth engine that is paramount to fulfill the generational prosperity of Hendersonville. To conclude, Ms. Russell from the Planning Board noted in her comments that this property will be sold and developed, and what you believe the city needs to do is look at the integrity of the team and the quality of their work. And I hope that you can see that we are a team of high integrity that embodies our moniker of love each other. We have taken our time to listen to the community and their concerns, updating our site plan and going above and beyond every metric the city has to evaluate a development, from our 3 neighborhood compatibility meetings, individual discussions and correspondences with several of the neighbors, and various updates to the rezoning package and site plan modifications. And I agree. You need to ask yourself, do you want to work with a developer that is willing to continue to go above and beyond all requests with things like preserving wetlands, 25-foot minimum setbacks, over 60% open space, over 20% common open space, and over 45% existing tree canopy safe, and in the addition of 13% new tree canopy, and double stormwater capacity to help mitigate future flooding, or take the chances with someone purchasing the property and constructing by right, where planning board, council, staff no longer have any input and would have the ability to reduce building setbacks to 5 feet, open space reduced to 40%, common open space to 10%, 20% tree canopy safe, and the bare minimum stormwater protections. Thank you, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Weathers.
Appreciate it.
Does anyone on council have questions for Mr. Mariano, Mr. Weathers, Mr. Mullen? Okay. We will get to public comment, but I think we all need to stand up for about 5 minutes.
Please, thank you.
we open the public hearing, I would just like to ask if any council members thought of any additional questions they'd like to ask before we open the public hearing.
Madam Mayor, can we have staff come up and explain to us their reasoning on why this development is not consistent with the designation of FNL, please?
So there were a number of pieces to the answer to that question, which Sam presented, and we can go back to and talk about that and talk about those things specifically. But one of the components of that was the assertion that existing development along the 191 corridor was quote-unquote consistent with the FNL designation because it existed, and that finding their development inconsistent while looking similar to that type of development was inappropriate or wrong or illegal was even presented. The comprehensive plan is a future-looking document. It establishes a future land use designation. We could look throughout the city at locations where the future land use designation and the character area for that designated location does not align with what development is on the ground. I think we could look specifically, for example, along the 64 East corridor where we have commercial development that in some cases is 35 or 45 years old and no longer meets the development desires of the community in that corridor. We have still given that character area a future designation that were that development to come into play today would not be consistent with what our desires for the future are. Comprehensive plan, by its very nature, is intended to look forward, not back. So our applying a future land use character area to existing development does not thereby automatically mean that that development is exactly the kind which we wish to see in the future, and that everything which is designated with that future land use area is thereby consistent with that particular future designation. So I think that if there are specific questions beyond that, obviously there were a number of things that the developers presented. Some of that was presented at the planning board. We developed the additional information that Sam went through in terms of our response to the specific elements of the review. There were a lot of consistencies with the future land use designation within this development, which can be found in our assessment of the character area. There were also areas where we found it inconsistent and have highlighted the nuanced elements of why we and I'm happy to answer any other specific questions.
Okay. Anything else you'd like staff to answer? Okay. Madam Clerk, has this public hearing been advertised in accordance with general statutes?
Yes, Mayor, it has.
Okay, so we will open the public hearing. What we will do is allow, we have 18 people who have signed up in person to speak. Is there anyone seeking recognition online as well?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay. We will have 1 hour for the public hearing, which would be about 3 minutes per person. If the person ahead of you or two ahead of you said exactly what you're going to say, would appreciate it if you would just say, I agree with so-and-so, and that will help us get to get through the public hearing and to council discussion. We have had numerous communications, emails, letters. So we have had the opportunity to read all of those. There were 3 online public comments that came in, all of which were opposed to the project. So we can take those into consideration as well. So I will go down the list, and please excuse me if I murder your name. I will do my best. And if you will come to the microphone, give your name and your address for the clerk's record. So if we could have 3 minutes per person, and if you can do it in less, that would be very helpful.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, sir.
While you were speaking, we did have one person raise their hand online.
Okay. All right. That person will be at the end. Excuse me. All right, we'll start. Eric Vining.
Hello, Eric Vining, 1211 Lugano Drive. I am that oil and gas engineer, which I guess since I at the school way before them, they've changed the formulas and calculations since then. And since I've taught some of your students also in high school, I apologize that they obviously don't know what they're doing. So just the stormwater runoff, just by nature of stormwater, the runoff, we didn't talk about the natural percolation of ground in western North Carolina, which is about 1 to 2.4 inches per hour for normal ground. So when you cover it, you have to deal with that. This property, if you cover, say, approximately 50% or so, I've done some calculations, you're talking about having to deal with 274,000 gallons of water if you have 1 inch of rain in 1 hour. So they're obviously looking at it, but trying to figure out and tell that water where it's going to go is a little bit, just that's a consideration. As far as affordability goes, I've looked at that as well. These properties are not affordable for most people. Teachers, they talked about, they make basically $26 an hour. I figured out on their calculations for what you'd have to make per hour based on 30% of your salary going towards housing, that their $1,500 a month rent would be $28 an hour, $2,000 would be $38 an hour. So you're looking at a teacher could not afford these places. So affordability, and you look at other workers in town, same type of thing. So this is looking for a need there. As far as other opportunities, thinking there's a need for housing, we have to look at, grant you Hendersonville, but Henderson County is not that big. So I looked online, found that in Hendersonville right now, you have about 200 to 400 apartments, rentals available right now. In Henderson County, you have 400 plus. You have a new property coming online, the Highlands, which is out by Sam's Club, is going to add 322 units. Asheville Highway, basically where the Ferris wheel is going to be 432 units. So you've got lots of housing. There's also one I found that's out by Sam's Club in Walmart, exactly their model has 9 available units right now, which if it was really in high demand would be a waiting list. Talking about walkability, you're looking at 1.3 miles. How many people here walked town this past weekend? I did. That's, so you're not looking about that. Final number I'll get to, and it was very kind of, I guess, ironic that the council talked about profitability. The one thing you look at here is that they're not spending their own money. They're using investor money. They have $3 billion from Azora, a Spanish company. The model I looked at, I couldn't tell you exactly their thing, but usually until they develop a property, they don't get anything. And then at that time, you get 7 to 12% of revenue of the rents. So right now, yeah, we're looking at that. We have a property that I think that we don't need. We're getting overbuilt, and I don't think it falls into the affordability. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vining, for adhering to that. Sydney Mace.
My name is Sydney Mace. I own 1075 Maplewood Court. I have resided there for over 26 years. It is located on the side of the street which abuts the eastern edge of the proposed development site. Before I go into my prepared remarks, I do have to say I attended both planning board meetings and the 2 neighborhood compatibility hearings. I do not recall any of us saying that we objected to renters as neighbors. I urge that you follow the recommendation of the planning board to deny the rezoning because the proposed development of 180 duplexes and townhomes is not compatible with the neighborhood. On one side of the proposed development, my street, Maplewood Court, has about 3 dwellings per acre. On the other side is Blythe Common with about 5 dwellings per acre. Immediately across Haywood Road are Morris Lane and Eubank Drive with residences and density similar to those of Maplewood Court and Blythe Common. From eyeballing the Leo Living Site Plan, I estimate that the 180 units, parking areas, and driving lane will occupy about 2/3 of the total acreage, or about 14 acres. If my estimate is reasonable, there would be erected 12 units on each of those 14 acres. The multifold increase of over 300% in the number of units per acre is an upheaval and is most definitely not compatible with the surrounding neighborhoods. Moreover, as you look at the communities along Haywood Road, the dwellings are of vintages and styles similar to those on Maplewood Court, such as split-level, bungalow, and ranch, each appealing and charming in his own way, with a sprinkling of duplexes and townhomes. Our residents sport lawns, trees, gardens, bushes, and flowers. Our yards attract birds, squirrels, rabbits, woodchucks, deer, and the occasional wild turkey. This is true not only of those dwellings closest to the proposed site, but also up and down Haywood Road out to the city limits. I speak of streets such as Longview, Morris Lane, Ridgewood, Orleans, Henderson Village, Middleton Place, Haywood Manor, Norline Avenue, and First Street. The proposed development, in my opinion, is not of charming design, and I cannot see how the footprints of the dwelling units will allow them their own lawns, trees, gardens, bushes, and flowers, nor be able to attract birds, bees, and other wildlife. I urge you to deny the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mace. Jeannie Moore?
I'm Jeannie Moore. I live at 503 Belvedere Court in Plantation Walk. One of the items I was going to speak on was affordability. That has been addressed. I would like to ask the questions about why on the traffic study nothing has been mentioned about going from Orleans north. Doesn't talk about Blythe, doesn't talk about the street light there and all the intersection and everything going north. Blythe is used heavily by all the first responders, and I would think that having another, I think they said there's going to be like 400 more cars. That's going to affect people going to Blythe, and especially with all the construction, so I'd just like to know why that wasn't happening. And also they mentioned that they were going to propose having turn lanes in both directions. One would be on their property, but on the other side, that has to be on somebody else's property, and is that going to be by eminent domain? Nobody wants to get involved in that, but if that's the only way they can have those accesses for the buses and all of the traffic, then I think that needs to be addressed to everyone. And also, I've been around places where there's a pool next to a busy street like what they have proposed, and it is a nuisance to have a pool directly on a street like this. I think that probably needs to be addressed as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Francine Cooper? Okay, thank you. Eugene Carr?
My name is Eugene Carr. My wife Sally and I live at 1221 Forest Hill Drive, which is very adjacent to the property on the south side. First of all, I know all politics is local, but I've never been to a city council meeting where it started with a filibuster. These folks have eliminated some of the retaining walls or reduced the size of the retaining walls by exchanging a massive grading project that has now gone from a 10% slope to a 12% slope. That is problematic. There are other engineering and environmental concerns. Retaining walls adjacent to neighboring properties have never been in this community. They may create long-term maintenance and liability issues, especially if they require repair. Who's going to be responsible for that? Creek and flooding risks have already been talked a little bit about by Mr. Vining tonight, and I appreciate that. And yes, while a 3+ acre greenway sounds positive, what it does is reduce the buildable land in this parcel, forcing much higher density than any density in any of the surrounding neighborhoods on the two ends of the property, as you've seen numerous times tonight. The density level is deceptive here because it is compact and compacted on both ends of the property. Greenway maintenance costs also have to be considered. Is it going to fall on the taxpayers if it's not fully funded by the developer? The Greenway can be seen as a token amenity that's not offset the negative impacts of tripling the density that's allowed by an R15. The scale of 180 apartments is set out proportion compared to the surrounding single-family homes and small planned unit developments that have come in the past. None of the developments that they have described tonight have 180 units. I think the maximum may be Plantation Walk with 50, 55, but not 180. Potential for increased noise, light pollution, and reduced privacy for adjacent homeowners is a major concern of the neighbors. That's why we're here tonight. Traffic and parking has already been discussed very well by some of the prior speakers. But I would state this: the unanimous 9-0 vote against the project on the first round of the planning board demonstrates clear professional and community opposition. The resubmission of the plan to the board without a substantial change resulted in only a second unanimous planning board decision that has been justified. That sets a dangerous precedent for this community if this council were to vote to approve this project. The proposal is not just a matter of density. It introduces serious engineering risks, environmental hazards, and community impacts that cannot be mitigated by a greenway or conditional zoning. Hendersonville has already spoken clearly through the planning board's unanimous rejection twice. Approving this project would set a dangerous precedent, compromise neighborhood integrity, and expose residents to long-term safety and infrastructure burdens. Thank you for your time, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. Carol Clark Riley. Okay, Carol Clark, okay, you're not wishing to speak then? Okay. All right. Bob Carlson.
Bob Carlson. I live at 1209 Forest Hill Drive in Hendersonville. We live close to the corner of Orleans and two schools, the soon-to-be, I understand, medical building that is being developed there, right down the street to Pardee Hospital and Hendersonville High School. Incredible amounts of traffic. We, the neighbors, who have been cast a bit in disparaging as selfish or not. We are very intelligent people who care a lot about this town, who care about the neighborhood, and we welcome good things for this community. This is not a good thing in that location. So we do care, and many of the things that I heard these gentlemen from Florida saying that we said, I've been to every other meeting, and I didn't hear those things, so that's of concern. Now, my focus, though, is on the traffic. As I said, there will be 180 times 2 in most cases. Most people these days, working couples, need 2 cars. First, I'm not even sure where they're going to park them, and I don't know, I guess you can't have a party when you invite 4 other people to come to your party there because there's no space there, the density of that. But there are 122 homes in that upper level, and I still want to see a topographical map. I hope those of you that have walked that property know that's a hike. That's like walking up Orleans on a day-by-day basis, and I think we all try to avoid walking up Orleans. Now, you're going to take kids, the bicycle. Most people are not going to want their kids riding down Orleans or the big, from the upper section there, And how often, these gentlemen, they must be in really good walking shape because I think when we've walked from there, if you live in that upper section, it could take you 15 minutes to get to Haywood Road. Now, if you start from Haywood Road, then you can get downtown in another 15 minutes if you call Walgreens downtown. Most of the people, the walkability issue is kind of a silly issue. We go for walks occasionally if the weather's nice, and most of the time we need to get to work, we need to get to the grocery store with a lot of things to carry. Most of the walkability, it's really not reality in terms of that as a factor why that is there. Most people are going to be going elsewhere. So I think that's an issue that is, irrelevant when you talk walkability. Now, in respect to the planning board and the people here that are genuinely concerned, and the planning board people did a great deal of work, listened on nights like this, and in respect to them, when they unanimously felt, in their wisdom, to unanimously vote say no, in respect to them and their research and what you're hearing from these concerned families, I really strongly have you recommend that this does not develop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carlson. Deborah Reinhardt.
Council members, I know this isn't an easy job, and I've come to all of these meetings, and I need to tell you, I am the expert on the traffic on Haywood, and
If you can give your name and address, please.
Deborah Reinhardt, 212 Eubank.
Thank you.
I am the expert on the traffic on Haywood. I use it. I live there, I walk there. When I walk with my girlfriend, we have to walk single file. If you stand next to each other, one of you is almost in traffic. That is a dangerous road. I see people going at least 45 miles an hour all the time. I live on Eubank. It is right there where that traffic light is on Haywood. People are going to cut down the roads that go into our historic subdivision, Druid Hills. Druid Hills was developed in approximately the 1920 era. A lot of what went on for the development of Druid Hills was based on the Olmsted plan, the circular roads, the open greenways. We are not doing developments like that anymore. This is a historic area. For a high-density project to come in and take over our roads for people, and they're going to have to. The working people they've described have got to get to work. They've got to pick up their kids. I don't know if those seconds they're talking about, it'll impact us a second, 2 seconds, whatever. If it's because they're spreading it through the day, or if it's just that compacted rush hour time. That's not going to be that short of a time. It isn't now. The other thing I would like to say is I've spent a lot of my life as a computer programmer. I'm a logical person. I'm not just fear-based because I'm making things up in my head. I live here, I walk the roads here, I see the traffic here. The other thing going on is we have just opened our Acosta Trail for families, bikes, all kinds of vehicles. One of the arteries comes up Patton Park. It is coming through Druid Hills. Kids are riding their bikes in this circular fashion. People are walking. And the outlet street is right across from the street that would go into this new project. You'd have the Acosta Trail traffic coming up to Haywood, and you'd have their entrance exit kind of at the same point. Any development we are doing now, we need to consider the Acosta Trail people that are out on the roads. And anyway, I'm urging you to protect our community. I want to protect Druid Hills. I want to protect the feel of our neighborhood. There are developments all over the place. Were these traffic studies done considering all the new traffic that is going to be dumped on these roads? I don't think so. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. Kim Chow? Kim? Okay. Thank you, Kim. Sharon Pearson? Sharon Pearson here?
My name is Sharon Pearson. I live at 220 Eubank in Hendersonville. Just for starters, for those who have heard the rumor that I'm an attorney, I am not. I don't know where that got started. I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist, so I want to clear that up. Madam Mayor, council members, as neighbors, one of our core concerns is not just what's being promised today, but how this development would be operated and managed over time. Throughout this rezoning process, and I've been to all now 6 meetings regarding this, we've experienced repeated miscommunications, shifting narratives, and a lack of meaningful engagement with the surrounding neighborhoods. That experience led some of us to look at a number of publicly available information about long-term property management associated with this applicant's projects elsewhere. What we found were fairly consistent recurring complaints over a number of years, including 2025, and in multiple locations, centered on responsiveness, maintenance, health and safety, sanitation and pest control, and management accountability. Please know that we're not presenting this as an attack, but as a context for why neighbors are concerned. Our experience in this process appears consistent with a broader pattern, which is why trust, transparency, and enforceable commitments are so important in making your decisions. If council members wish, we're happy to provide a brief summary of these publicly available reviews, but our goal today is simply to explain why neighbors are asking for a higher standard of accountability. I do have a collection of many of those reviews. It's not all of them, but it's a sampling. And if you should want to peruse them, I have them, and I can pass them on. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pearson. Jessica, is it Savalas?
Jessica Villacevallos, 134 Coral Drive. Thank you for hanging in there with us tonight. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I am here on behalf of the surrounding neighborhoods to respectfully ask that this rezoning request be evaluated based on the zoning ordinance as written, the adopted comprehensive plan, and the physical impacts shown in the applicant's own plans, not on speculative or misleading claims about what could happen by right. The comprehensive plan designates this property as family neighborhood living. That designation anticipates low to moderate density housing, compatibility with surrounding single-family neighborhoods, incremental housing types, and neighborhood-scaled gradings, streets, and transitions. The applicant is requesting both a rezoning and a future land use map amendment to a significantly higher intensity category. That's not a minor adjustment. It is a fundamental departure from adopted policy. Under state law, council may deny rezonings that are inconsistent with the plan or not in the public interest, and we believe this request meets both criteria. A key justification offered for this rezoning is the claim that an equally intense or worse development could occur by right under existing R15 zoning. Respectfully, that claim is not just speculative, it is structurally impossible. R15 does not allow multifamily development or multiple principal dwellings on a single lot. Density is controlled by lot area, frontage, and dimensional standards. Small unit provisions, flagpole lots, and accessory dwellings do not create new permitted uses and were specifically designed to prevent coordinated over-intensification. The density, massing, and site configuration shown by the applicant could only occur through rezoning and discretionary approvals, presenting an unattainable by right scenario as leverage distorts council's decision-making and should be afforded no weight. The proposed unit count also drives a site design that is fundamentally incompatible with the surrounding neighborhoods. Quite frankly, I lost count at how many times I heard them say the words wall or retaining wall. And if I may, can I ask my neighbors to please raise your hand if you have a retaining wall currently in your yard? I see one hand. To me, that is not compatible. The plan also shows slopes with extreme exceeding 60% immediately adjacent to the existing homes and grading pushed to property lines where type A buffers are proposed but rendered functionally unworkable. These are commercial scale engineering solutions, not neighborhood transitions, and they directly conflict with the neighborhood compatibility standards this rezoning must meet. We're in the mountains. We're not in Miami. The project also proposes street sections with over, I just want to say that for the last year, our neighbors have put out dozens of signs. Hundreds of neighbors have attended multiple meetings, and over 1,740 of us have signed the change.org petition. I think tonight you have seen what we've been dealing with for the last year. You got a taste of their true colors. I respectfully ask that City Council please consider the denial of this rezoning request. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you, Ms. Botto. Richard, is it Vickerell? I'm sorry. Richard? No? Is it? Okay. I'm sorry, I wasn't sure about the last name. Starts with a V.
Appreciate the opportunity, and thank you very much.
Okay. If you can give your name and address for the clerk's
I
record.
was coming to that. My name is Richard Vickers. I live at 220 Eubank Drive in Hendersonville, North Carolina. I've been licensed as an attorney for 39 years, and I also spent 11 years as a fact and forensic investigator with the United States court system. What I learned in those roles is that facts count, and when misrepresentations are offered, it creates a problem. I have attended every one of the meetings, the compatibility meetings, the initial meet and greet meeting, and also the planning board meetings. I do not recall anyone standing up and saying, we don't want any development. At the first planning board meeting, one of the members said, you know it's going to be developed. There was no hue and cry. No one stood up and shouted. We accept the fact that if it's properly developed, no problem, we walk away. My concern is this. The developer had an opportunity after the first planning board meeting They were given specific, concise, and reasonable instruction about what could be done. The second planning board meeting, we appeared, they appeared, and there had been de minimis changes. In fact, at one point in the hearing, Mr. Robertson, the head of the planning board, said, "Why are we here?" Now, if that's the kind of faith that the developer is going to practice, how can we believe that once this property would be developed by them, that they would take care of it, that they would do the things that are necessary to make the neighborhood safe? Once the development is built, what controls, what constraints are placed on them? So as far as I'm concerned, they have not shown an adequate basis, and they have also made comments which undermine, I think, credibility. So I would respectfully ask the board to, or the council to deny the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vickers. Okay. Jerry Smith, Jr.
Good evening, Jerry Smith, 1141 Woodmont Drive, Town Forest neighborhood, right next to Gene and Sally Carr. Thank you, members of council, for serving as our elected leaders. You are sacrificing time from your families, from your careers to serve this community. We're all appreciative of and honor your service here tonight and all the time. Mr. Mullen, the counsel for the developers, 4 times said the question that should be answered is, what is the most profitable construction for a developer? The word profitable occurs only one time in the GNH plan. It's on page 61 of the 305 pages, and it says, quote, each retailer has a specific set of site selection criteria they use to determine if they will have a profitable store. That defines what a custom trade area is, not a neighborhood in Hendersonville. Nowhere is the word profitability of the developer ever a consideration in a GNH plan. Yet that is what they led off with tonight in trying to convince you why they can't lower the density of this development. Council also said, quote, council is up to you to interpret the GNH comprehensive plan. And then they sent up the CEO, Mr. Mark Mariano, who gave you a litany of reasons why he believes he's working within the GNH plan. And then, in fact, Mr. Mariano said, I quote, if you fail to find compatibility, you are, 1, illegal, baseless, and contradictory of North Carolina law. In his long list of qualifications that he so graciously shared with us tonight, he did not say that he was a member of the North Carolina State Bar. But he attempted to list various precedents that he claims provide support of a project that is actually 3 times more dense than what is by right construction. Let's give him a real precedent to think about. In February 2020, a developer, Windsor Built Homes, presented a development called Ivy Crossing. That was before the planning board. It's a development along Westbrook Road and 5th Avenue West. And originally it was planned for 74 homes in a medium density plan designation. The planning board voted it down 7-2. What did the developer do? They didn't come before city council and berate you with one-sided opinions as to why council would be violating the law if it didn't override the opinion of the planning board. No, they went back to the drawing board and they came back to the planning board with a 45-home development that was a by-right development. The planning board approved it, and it never came before council. Why can't Mr. Mariano do that? Oh, I know. Profitability. As the planning board and city staff have said, low-intensity development, inconsistent. Character area description, inconsistent. Authentic community character, inconsistent. Don't be persuaded by their interpretation of density. 1, follow the wishes of the residents and the neighbors of the surrounding communities. 2, follow the recommendations twice by the planning board who voted it down. And 3, don't be influenced by a developer who doesn't share our hometown values. Vote it down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Ken Fitch. Ken Fitch. Okay.
Ken Fitch, 1046 Patton Street. During the course of a succession of extraordinary public meetings. There have been many hours of detailed, thoughtful, and eloquent testimony about this project, illuminating the many complex issues this project presents, many of which you are hearing tonight, although with some brevity. On the Leo website, Mr. Oakley speaks of building a neighborhood that is part of the purpose and fabric of the local community. However, to build this project at this location would demolish the historic center of this neighborhood, alter its natural environment, and intensify existing issues and introduce new issues of major impact, all of which would degrade the fabric of the existing neighborhood and, in effect, diminish the quality of life of the neighboring residents, with impacts far beyond the area. And this is at cross purposes with the city's commitment to providing a high quality of life for residents, visitors, and businesses, a value cited in city vision and mission statements. And in this context, one would be moved to register particular regret should this project move forward, given that the neighboring residents here constitute a social fabric that includes teachers, medical professionals, attorneys, local business workers, and many fields of service, including 2 beloved restaurateurs, and significantly, a host of volunteers in civic activities, all of whom are contributing to ensure the high quality of life for all residents of the city. This neighborhood community is our community also. Their quality of life is ours also. Ensuring quality of life is an essential consideration for compatibility, and compatibility is the central deficiency here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fitch. Kathy West. Okay, thank you. Brian Hodge.
Good evening. My name is Brian Hodge. I live at 1103 Shepherd Girl Drive, a property that abuts the proposed development. You guys hungry? First and foremost, thank you all for taking the time to be here tonight, away from your families, and also for doing your service to the community. We've heard a lot tonight. We've heard a lot actually in subsequent weeks leading up to this from the planning board meetings. And there's a lot of details that can be interpreted in a variety of different ways. And I think what we're seeing and what we're hearing from the robust outbursts from public is that we want to make sure that the decisions made by the council are actually congruent with the same values and beliefs that are posted on the wall in this room with us. And the 3 final bullet points are what I want to highlight. The city of Hendersonville believes that it must pursue and provide opportunity for responsible growth. Actually, everyone in here knows that responsible growth can occur on this property and should occur in congruence with things that allow it to meet zoning codes and preserve the integrity of the property itself. And the owners that are trying to develop this, they knew that when they purchased that property. And that leads to the second point that says that we as a community value the lives of all community members and must protect them through collective action. At 9 o'clock on a Wednesday, this is collective action. You're seeing it here tonight, and you all are a part of that as well. And your protection of us is us as homeowners trusting the zoning laws as they exist. And then the final point is that we believe environmental sustainability is critical to preserving the community for future generations. And I just want to be clear, when the analysis says that they preserve 40% of the trees. They are destroying 60% of the trees. They are destroying those trees for our children and our grandchildren that walk our neighborhoods. And so if you do nothing else from listening to all of the comments and details that you've heard today, please lean on those core values and beliefs that we all here together share. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hodge. John Binford.
Hey everybody, I'm John Binford. I live at 1049 Shepherd Girl Drive. I directly am abutting the property on the east side. Just a little history from my background living in my house and my experience with this parcel is, you know, I bought the house in 2019, 2 young children. I was referenced by Mark, the CEO, as the walker. I am the walker. I have just had an incredible experience in that house. My children and I, we walk to the elementary school. We cut through Bob and Kim's house. We do cross Haywood and then cross Asheville Highway and get on the Ocklawaha. We do go to Main Street. We take the e-bike all around. We'll go to the Acoustic Trail. We walk around the lake and we know all of our neighbors. And it's just a great experience. And I want to clarify something. I do want other people to have that experience. I do think people should live next to me, and I look forward to having neighbors. I look forward to being a YIMBY. I want to say yes in my backyard, if given an opportunity. And so all this parade of straw man arguments that are being put out there about not developing this and so forth, it's just, it's mythical. Now, this is a special piece of land. When I bought it, I knew that Jeff Justice owned it. I knew that he was a developer, but I also looked at the land and I looked at the topography, and it's dramatic topography. It's where Long John Mountain has its finger going into the city. It's a wilderness corridor. It's dramatic topography with wetlands, a sharp drop-off. And I looked at it and I saw that it was listed for sale in February of 2014 for $1.3 million and then sold 18 months later to Mr. Justice for $500,000. Everybody talks about that now. Why did this sell for $500K? I'll tell you why, because every single developer looked at it and said, this is landlocked. There's one point of access right at Blythe. The topography is crazy. There's a creek that's prone to flooding. I thought it was obvious and safe for me to buy the house that I lived in next to where I knew a developer owned a piece of land because I knew what the zoning was and I knew the restrictions that are intrinsic to this property. And frankly, with their model and their density and their scale that they need for profitability that they've been open about, you cannot make this consistent. Just a couple of other points that I feel like have been under-highlighted is the traffic at Orleans. You all probably know you can't fit 2 cars in Orleans. You can't fit 2 cars. You can't, and so the report said that they did their peak hours at 4 o'clock. Orleans and Haywood went from level of service C to level of service D. This is expected to be reasonable at an unsignalized intersection. The delay could be mitigated by an additional lane on each side of the street approach, but not considered reasonable in this case, because it would essentially, you can't widen it or add a turning lane without doing an eminent domain there. I would say this is not a random unsignalized intersection. This is the road that goes to our elementary, all the things that were highlighted before in our schools, and that does not have a sidewalk. This is also where we cross Haywood Road. I'm not sure, you know, we need to be able to cross Haywood Road. There's nowhere to cross from Asheville Highway to Blythe. For us to access a park, we have to cross 2 highways. My kids and I are crossing. The Sharrows are now at Orleans. The city's been working on doing and Bike Walk HVL doing something to cross for pedestrian safety right there. But what I'm saying is we have a level of service going to D where we can't fit 2 cars, where we're supposed to be able to cross the road. And this is going to be a bigger and bigger problem as development happens further out of town. And this would only exacerbate that. So I really challenge us to address that problem regardless of what ends up happening on this property, because it's critical to us. The tree removal, why would you cut down trees in the wetlands where you can't develop in the sharp edges? I don't see significant tree safe here. I also feel like the bike path, any development that happens here, that can be requested of. This is not a reason to accept radical density. And then I guess lastly, my time has expired. I would like to show you my edge condition. You know, the first, I did have a 30-foot retention wall 5 feet off with the road, and now they said they got rid of the retention wall, made it 4 feet, but it's, you know, right by where my kids are jumping on the trampoline, and we have this pond, and we have a stream that's carving out some poplars, and I'm always moving earth with the flooding and so forth. This is, instead of a retention wall, it's a 61% graded land that's technically not a retention wall. So may I pass these to you, and I should be done, I guess. But thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Benford. Alberto Savalas. Okay.
Just really quick, can you pull up the section from John's property, please, on the screen? While they're doing that, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, staff, first-time responders, thank you for your time today. My name is Alberto Villacevalles, 134 Coral Drive. I have been an ambassador and a strategic advisor for the 2040 Comprehensive Plan in Charlotte, North Carolina. And I have been blessed and fortunate to have planned, designed, and built over 60,000 residential units in the East Coast. I wanted to create this section for you guys so you could see Mark's beautiful setback that he's so proud of. What you can see is not a neighborhood edge. It is a commercial scaled engineered condition, and it's being driven by overdensity, forced onto a site that cannot physically support it. This section that you see on the screen shows 26-foot horizontal run with a 16-foot vertical rise that is a 61.5% slope. That grading extends all the way to the property line where John lives, John and Meredith, and David and Heather live, our neighbors, leaving no room for any transition. What results is a near vertical engineer embankment. This kind of edge you will expect behind a big box retailer like Walmart, a highway, or an institutional campus, not next to existing homes. At this slope, a type A buffer simply cannot function as intended. Trees cannot establish root systems, long-term maintenance becomes infeasible, screening fails. What is labeled as a buffer on paper becomes in reality an exposed retaining wall and a hard visual edge. This is not a matter of landscaping preference, it is basic physics. Now, as you see to the small section on the top of the page, the small street section above, the scale issue becomes even clearer. The internal street at the entry contains approximately 65.5 feet of continuous asphalt and concrete. 5-foot sidewalks on both sides, 20 feet of angled parking on one side, and 9.5 feet of parallel parking on the other side, and all next to a 26-foot drive aisle. Tree planting zones that should support shade and canopy are compressed to just 8 feet and down to 3 feet at unit entries. This is an automobile-dominated commercial streetscape. There's no questions about it. It bears no resemblance to the surrounding R10 and R15 neighborhood street sections? Absolutely none. Where streets are narrower, shaded, and defined by front yards, large enough for mature hardwoods, the stoops walking up to porches, and human-scale transitions. Finally, despite claims of affordability, there are no affordable or attainable housing commitments, zero, in this rezoning. Again, there is no affordable or attainable housing commitments in this rezoning, zero. Nothing tied to this density. And the project rents are expected to be among the highest per square foot in this zip code. Mark said that, they're very proud of $1,400 for rent of a 748 square foot apartment. That is 1.9 per square foot, which is the highest rent in the zip code, just for the record. Taken together, these sections tell a consistent story. When density exceeds what site can physically and contextually support, design no longer moderates impact, it exposes it. The result is a commercial scale grading, like you're seeing, a commercial scale streets, like you're seeing, and commercial scale edges, like you're seeing on that section. Based on this, our request for the council to deny this rezoning. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ceballos. Okay, is the person online still wishing to speak?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay, you will.
Shannon, you are unmuted.
Hey, this is Shannon's husband, Matthew Kiggin. We live at 1504 Orleans Avenue. There's a couple things that haven't been said, though a lot of objections are necessary and good. We have some significant water and sewer issues in our area. We need to recognize that they are neither finite nor gradual. When there's an issue with sewers, it happens all at once. Western North Carolina has aging pipes, limited terrain expansion, and in very recent memory, some climate volatility issues that are really not being addressed in any of these plans. It's not really a self-correcting situation. They're capital intensive, slow, and borne out by the public, not the developers. These developers are going to come in, they're going to make a quick buck, and then they're going to leave with the money, and we're going to be sat holding the bag. There's no agreement in anything that they're putting forth that is going to enforce what they're claiming. These are a lot of promises, these are a lot of plans, but there is nothing that they are offering here that's actually going to hold their feet to the fire. If they're like, well, I don't know if I want to have that extra tree, as somebody's saying, cutting down 60% of what might be there. That's, if they want any sort of admission to coming into our community, to proving that they want to be neighbors, I think there needs to be a lot more commitment in understanding the conditions that they need to hold themselves accountable to throughout this process. They also need to hold commitment to helping us build up our ability to handle a massive influx of people that would be associated with how many houses and the sewer infrastructure and the issues we would all be facing from that. I'm very concerned that these people want to come in here to a place that is already overloaded, as many of us have said, to profit very handily off of us and then leave us with all the problems. For these reasons, I think this proposal should not be allowed to go forward. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else?
No, Madam Mayor.
All right. We will close this public hearing. What? We did. Okay, no, you have to be at the microphone. Give us your name and address for the clerk's record, please.
My name is Mary Ernst Young at 42 North Woodridge View Court. I know I speak for my neighbors as well. Thank you to the people who have so far declined this. As far as the business making money, I'm all about businesses making money. That's why businesses exist. I think there's a line between making money, profitability, and greed. The places are adorable. There are no trees in the pictures that you showed us of the existing places. And I just want to address that, you know, you claim you want to be a good neighbor, but I have found the use of time tonight to be highly disrespectful of our time. We've been here almost 4 hours, and it was a filibuster. And, you know, you're accusing us of fear, you're acting like you're doing us a favor, you're making the threat of worse, and if this whole project was illegal to begin with, then why have we all wasted our time coming down here? We've listened to you guys bloviate for an hour, and...
Please comment on the facts of the situation, not just...
Okay, I just think that's representative of the type of neighbors they would be, being disrespectful. I implore you to say no to this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Okay. Okay. We are closing the public hearing, and council, it's up to you.
Comments?
Make sure people can hear you.
Okay. So we embarked on a relatively lengthy, comprehensive, excuse me, plan that took a couple of years for us to do. And I really appreciate the fact that Lou talked about how this is a future plan. Existing neighborhoods that are more dense than this neighborhood or this proposed neighborhood, we are trying to be smarter and better about how we develop our land here. I actually spoke with Mr. Withers about 3 or 4 years ago. You came to us about a development, very similar development, a beautiful development and a great concept on Upward Road, which was a great location for this type of development. It was near the highway, it was near grocery stores, there was 4-lane highway access. I have a teen driver right now who drives these roads every day. You all are my neighbors as well, and so protecting these neighborhoods and voting down something that is not compatible with this area is something that which is why I'm saying no tonight. However, I want to say something. This project is called LEO, Love Each Other of Hendersonville, right? And so to come in here and to make disparaging and disrespectful comments to my neighbors is shameful.
Yes.
And I don't appreciate it.
Does anyone else have comments?
I think I am just about where Jen is in all of this. Something that continues to float around in my mind is the voice of Jeff Miller saying people have the right to develop but not to overdevelop. And I think that in this case we are well past the line of compatibility. This is a project that I would love to support in a location that made sense. I think that there is a real need for missing middle and for rental units. And I also think that the density and the grading, we know from past experience, cannot always be predicted. And we can't make that kind of decision lightly when these neighbors took their time and energy and effort and have for almost a year now to show up and to sit here for hours to ensure that their community stays safe. I think for all of those reasons, I am right there with Jen, yeah.
I'm in the same boat with Jen and Gina. I agree. I like this concept. I liked it a lot better off of Upward Road. I think that was a much more compatible location. I know we've heard a whole lot of information, and I appreciate the developers and all of the public coming to speak to us. But we've also been reviewing and discussing this project for a year. And there's still just too many concerns with the density and the grading impacts, and it just occurred to me that we did the TIA in September and December, and depending on what weeks in September and December we did that, Hendersonville Elementary School would not have been in session because they are on a year-round schedule. So that would also have affected, I would say, pretty significantly the TIA. So like I said, I love this concept, but I do not think that this is a compatible location for it.
Okay. All right. Any more comments, or if someone would like to make a motion?
Madam Mayor, I move the City Council deny an ordinance amending the city zoning map of the City of Hendersonville, changing the zoning designation of the subject PIN 9569-22-9206 from R15 to PRD/CZD, Planned Residential Development Conditional Zoning District, based on the following. The petition is found to be inconsistent with the City of Hendersonville Gen H 2045 Comprehensive Plan, based on the information from the staff analysis and the public hearing, and because the petition proposes duplexes, triplexes, and quadplexes that are not consistent with the future land use designation of family and neighborhood living, which is intended to support lower intensity neighborhood scale development. The proposal also fails to incorporate a conservation design typically expected as a trade-off for smaller lot sizes or increased density, because the development requires extensive grading that requires the site's natural change of topography. The scale of grading and overall design are not compatible with the character of adjacent neighborhoods and developments. We do not find this petition to be reasonable and in the public interest, based on the fact that the proposed development does not provide adequate site access for emergency and services and lacks interconnectivity. The proposed development is incompatible with the surrounding developments. And lastly, the subject property is not conducive to the intensity of the proposed grading, which significantly alter the natural environment of the site and could negatively impact the neighboring properties.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further discussion? Not? Those in favor of denying the request for the rezoning, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Ayes have it, the motion carries, and the rezoning request has been denied. We will take about 2 minutes for those who don't wish to stay for the rest of the meeting to leave. And we do still have more business, so it's getting late. It's a closed session. So first is ratification of property purchase from Housing Assistance Corporation. Mr. Conant.
This will go quick. I think.
Talk fast, John.
Yeah.
Mayor, vote, members of City Council, I'll go really quick. We purchased 1/10 of an acre from Housing Assistance to attach to our property where we're going to do our housing trust for $3,000. And it happened over the holiday, and I did talk to you, but we require that you ratify the purchase of that property so that everything's legal.
Okay.
Deed has not been filed until the council ratifies it.
Okay. Thank you. Any discussion or a motion?
Madam Mayor, I move that the City Council ratify the purchase of the property located at the intersection of West Allen Street and South Oak, identified as PIN 9568563-497 from Housing Assistance Corporation for the amount of $3,000.
Is there any discussion? Not those in favor of ratifying the purchase say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Ayes have it, and motion carries, and that is made legal.
Thank you.
And request to approve Safety City concept for Rosa Edwards Park.
Yeah, so I regret that some of our folks weren't able to stay. The purpose of this discussion really was that with the idea, and I'm going to turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem Hensley here in a moment, was just to put the concept out there and to just inform the council. We've been working with a small intergovernmental committee made up of folks from Land to Sky, or excuse me, the French Broad River MPO, county government, schools, to put this project together, very much in its infancy. And I do have a quick slide that I will put up on the screen. Rosa Edwards Park was mentioned, and it was an idea that we had because of the ongoing development at Patton, also repairs that are going to be made at the Whitmire Center. So this was a concept, not asking council to make really formal decisions about this, but just the idea. So I'm going to let Mayor Pro Tem Hensley talk about what Safety City is and what it is not. Also, we have a draft curriculum that I put at your place just to show you the type things that it would cover. So, Mayor Pro Tem.
So with the opening of Acosta Trail, we just hear all of the safety concerns about the trail. Okay, about the trail and connections and crossing streets and just everything. I always think that being smarter and better starts with our kids. And so I remembered a program that I did when I was in kindergarten called Safety City. It's in Ohio, or Fairborn, Ohio, which is my hometown, who still operates Safety City. And we've had multiple conversations with the chief of police there. Safety City is ran by their police department. And their chief of police says that it's by far his favorite activity of the police department that he's ever done because they have such great engagement with the children. They're learning lifelong skills about stranger danger, fire safety, police safety, how to navigate roadways, how to bicycle safely. I'll spare you my songs, but I remember them still on how to follow
You're
traffic.
lucky it's late,
Oh, yeah.
or I would make you sing one.
Okay. red light, what do you say? I say stop and stop right away. Yellow light, what do you mean? I mean wait until the light turns green. Green light, what do you say? I say go and go right away. So that's one of my songs from. That was kindergarten, you guys. So anyway, we actually rode on tricycles, and it was a mini city in a elementary school parking lot that was converted to Safety City in the summer. And so we would like to follow a similar model here. We've reached out to some of the folks from the Apple Country Woodworkers Association. They also did some work for us at the putt-putt course about designing and building buildings. We could have a mini city hall and a mini police department, and there will be small lights, and the kids will go there in the summertime. So there's the plan that we're currently working on with Henderson County Public Schools is that we would do it in the summer session, kind of trying to get some of the children before they go back to school who are on the year-round schedule. The superintendent has his educating people, I don't know, the professionals who say that the year between kindergarten and first grade year is the best year to try to give them these concepts. We already do safety around water at second grade, and so this would just be some additional safety measures. And it's fun and it's beautiful. And also, I did hear some comments earlier about the location. I don't know that anybody has said this is the only location that we want to have it. It was just an underutilized park. I have lived downtown 1 to 2 blocks from that park, and I have never, ever seen a movie in the park. I mean, it's very underutilized. I actually reached out to city staff maybe 6 months ago, and we were trying to get people to use the park for soccer practices. And the coaches go over there and they don't want to do it there. They want to go to other parks. And so it's just really underutilized. And we're not trying to pave the entire park. We're just trying to pave a section of it and add trees and more greenery that makes it more natural looking. Greensboro has one. It's a really beautiful park. It's very natural looking. It would be open to families and grandparents during hours of non-programming hours so that you could take your grandchild or your own child or anyone else and ride through Safety City and practice using your hand signals and stopping signals. And so it's not, again, I heard a comment it was for only a small group of people, and it's not, it's for everybody. Old people and young people can use it and enjoy it. And so I would just like everybody's support to try to move forward with it. It doesn't have to be there. If people decide that that's a horrible location, that's fine. We can figure something else out. It is right on the trail. 4th Avenue connects directly to Acosta Trail, so and 5th Avenue. So there's really good trail connectivity, which was another reason. And we also thought it would be able to encompass eastern and western districts, historic districts of folks too. So we were just trying to be inclusive of our neighborhoods. But again, that's not the best location. We don't have to do it there. But so that's it. If there's any questions.
Can you explain what the infrastructure needs are? Like how much would need to be paved and if there need to be a pavilion or?
Yeah, no pavilion.
Okay.
Do we have a scale or a map of the size of some of the models that we've got? We have some.
We're still, so there's a variety, I mean, we're still working on that. There's a variety. If you go to downtown Knoxville, it's basically a 3/4 size city, and that, we're not talking about that at all. Greensboro has done it with several places. You'll do it with a complete asphalt pad. Other places, we found an example in Ohio where they did more like sidewalks, and then the buildings are in the middle on grassy spaces. So we're open to all kinds of design options there. So we want to make it, honestly, from staff's perspective, maintenance is an issue, but less intensive is better for us. And we're just trying to work our way through the concepts, and I mean, we're open to all kinds of.
Before we choose I like the idea so much, and I think K1 summer is like the cutest time in my like early ed life. That's what we always talk about the first 500 days. Kindergarten starts that transition period. It's an important time. I wonder about like a community survey for the surrounding area of the park to try to get a larger swath than.
Yeah, and we are actively applying for grants also. That would include other park enhancements as well. Because it is an underutilized park and aren't bathrooms there currently. There's just really a vacant field that people don't use. And so it would be nice if we were able to make improvements to it so that people would use it. And there would, so I'm trying to, I don't know how big this room is, but.
Probably twice this size.
Yeah, so it, The park, the field itself is probably 3 or 4 times the size of this room. Would you say, John?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
And so less than half of this would be the safety city, roughly.
So let me ask this. We don't have to decide a location tonight. We were spending staff time on it and some other resources we're going to start. So the board has to authorize us to keep developing it, and that's what I need tonight is, are you okay with us spending staff time and ultimately a little bit of money as we continue to move through development, to apply for grants, to do design, things like that? If the full board is on board with that, if you are, then you will allow Mayor Pro Tem Hensley and staff to continue to develop this out with a formal plan coming to you.
I like this. And I like it at this location because ever since we got this piece of property, I thought it needed to be more of an activated park, because then you can spend a whole afternoon with your kids. You can go to the library and then you can go to the park.
So may I make another suggestion? Back to yours, instead of doing a survey, maybe we could have a community meeting at the library and talk to the neighbors and get their input about what their concerns may be.
Okay, yeah, I think that would be a good, like, minimum engagement place to start, just to assuage the feeling that, like, people in the neighborhood aren't involved in what's going on. If that park, I mean, I have used that park here and there, not often, but if there's a way to get people more engaged too, like even if a neighborhood meeting at the library got people more aware of the potential for use at the park for all kinds of different things, I think that would be a good thing.
Because we did apply for a grant, we didn't get, but the concept included not only this, but other ways to activate that space, the swing sets, playground equipment.
Yeah, picnic tables.
Picnic, things that the neighborhood could use. But
Yeah.
All right. Do you need a formal motion, or is just general consensus?
I think as
to
long
move
as
forward
y'all are okay with us proceeding with
Okay.
conceptual designs, that's all I
Okay.
need.
All right. Appointment of Bicycle Plan Steering Committee.
Oh,
You've been waiting so long for this.
Mayor, council, good night. At least that's what my Fitbit just told me. Last month, we kind of talked a little bit about a bike plan. We got a bike plan grant through NCDOT, and with a matching component, there's a steering committee that's required as part of this. In your packet, you should have a list of some names that staff kind of came up with, maybe in conjunction with some of you. But basically, I'm just here to ask if those names are okay, if you have any others to add, and we'll go ahead and make that note. There are, I think, Matt and Blake put this together, but I believe there's like 28 names on here. Ideally, Mayor Pro Tem Hensley, you were part of the PED plan. I think there were maybe 20 people part of that. Not everybody shows up to every meeting. I think there are only 3 meetings. So there's probably only going to be about 20 of the 28 or so that serve on the committee. So, anybody have any thoughts, comments, questions, concerns?
Okay.
Yep, and just
we're
for the
all-
record,
All okay with the list?
Mayor Pro Tem Hensley and Councilmember Baxter will serve as council liaisons to this group, along with the committee folks.
I apologize. I don't
And,
remember if there was a motion.
Yeah, we have a motion here.
Sorry to jump in right before motion. There's the potential to add folks too. I'm still thinking about somebody like a wheelchair user or somebody who needs multimodal transportation that isn't represented on that list yet. I've been trying to ask around, but.
Is Richard on that list from the original head plan
Yeah,
that we did?
I think Richard is on there.
Richard Regan.
Was,
Okay.
though I'm not seeing him now.
I don't know that I saw one, but I could absolutely have missed someone.
I thought I saw him on there, but maybe I was wrong.
I think maybe he was on an earlier version. The one that's on the agenda, I'm not seeing his.
Can we approve this list and add to it? Okay, okay.
Yeah.
In that case, I move City Council approve the list of potential bicycle plan steering committee members. Madam Mayor, sorry.
Is there any discussion? Not those in favor of approving the list, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Ayes have it, motion carries, and we'll start out with those members. All right, anything to add to your report, Mr. Conant?
Oh, just one thing.
Okay.
You know, we got to do the mayor's memory.
Yes.
Yeah. So, on January 7th, 1993, a regular meeting was held at the Tom's Park Activity Center. Mayor Don Michaelove, Commissioner Sam Mills, Pat Whitmire, Joel Wright, and Barbara Volk, City Attorney Frank Coiner. I think meetings were shorter because there was no city manager. But I hit some high points, and especially since the late hour. But I think this was a pretty significant meeting. Brian and I were debating about how we were going to pick the meetings, and we've got a plan. But this just so happened on January 7th, 1993, the January meeting. Mayor Michaelove told the commissioners he had talked with the Board of Elections, and they could hold the nonpartisan election on March 2nd, 1993, which would be the first in, the history of Hendersonville. He requested the council to pass a resolution to have an election on that date. Upon a motion by Commissioner Volk and seconded by Commissioner Whitmire, it was unanimously approved to have a nonpartisan city council election on March 2nd, 1993. Then upon motion by Commissioner Volk and seconded by Commissioner Whitmire, a resolution was unanimously approved to have staggered terms, apparently for the first time for the city of Hendersonville. And then one other thing, that same night, upon a motion by Commissioner Wright and seconded by Commissioner Whitmire, it was approved to appoint Commissioner Volk to the Downtown Hendersonville Board with Donnie Parks, Police Chief Donnie Parks, to serve on the board. So, mayor's memory for January.
Yep, it's when we went to nonpartisan. All right, closed session.
Madam Mayor, I move that City Council enter closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143-318-11A1 and 6 to prevent the disclosure of information that is privileged or confidential pursuant to the law of this state or of the United States or not considered a public record within the meaning of Chapter 132 of the General Statutes, and to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness of an individual public officer or employee.
Any discussion? All in favor of entering closed session, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Ayes have it. We are in closed session.